Good evening and welcome to the Undercovers Football Podcast. Live draft coverage night 2. Last night, we had basically a solo show with Connor for 3 hours, then me and Paul jumped in right around when the Bills picked, and we did kind of talk a little bit about the Bills pick last night, which we'll definitely probably talk more about it today as well. Oh, and how's it going, Dean?
Hey, how you doing?
Happy draft night, round 2. What do
That's
you
right.
think of Max Harrison? Because as we found out today at his press conference, that's what he prefers to go by.
So no Maxwell.
Yes, right. It is Max.
That's good. That's good. Well, it's his name. He should be able to do with it what he wants.
Right.
So, right, right. Well, I'm. I had an emergency spreadsheet emergency. It was like uh, all of the things in one column changed color on me. I don't know how that happened. I think what it is called conditional formatting. All of a sudden, you lose all of the formatting for a column. So I lost track of time.
Oh no, you're good. No need to apologize. We appreciate you for joining us tonight, and thank you again. Real quickly, where did you have Max Harrison ranked pre-draft?
Yeah. Let's look
Because
at
Brandon
that.
Bean did say he had a first round grade on him, and he didn't have that many first round grades.
Yeah, I had him at 35.
So I mean, that's right around where the Bills picked him at pick 30.
Yeah,
End of the first round.
and and really, I would have been happy with Amos Hairston or Morrison.
Right.
Um, Morrison had the best interview. Hairston had the fastest speed, and Amos had the highest scout score. So I was happy with that pick, and we might be double dipping just from the looks of things.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, weren't the Bills at was it Kentucky Ole Miss where Harrison had a good game, or was it Kentucky Georgia that I'm thinking of?
Yeah. He had a great game. Kentucky Georgia. He had a very good game against Ole Miss. Kentucky actually beat Ole Miss. And
Yes,
if you
they
think
did.
about all of the guys that played in that game, Trey Harris, Dane Key, Pooh Paul, Dion Walker, Walter Nolan.
Yeah, a lot of people the Bills could have been interested in, right? Amos, another one.
Yeah, yeah. So yes, he did well at the time that he needed to. So we'll see if the experiment works. It'd be really really nice to double dip it. Maybe day 3, somebody like Denzel Burke,
Right.
uh,
Or
or
I mean,
Noel
I
Williams.
was just gonna mention Noel, Dean. You
Yeah,
stole my thunder because I know he is one of the guys you like, and he's another very zone specific corner. And I'll say this because I know a lot of people kind of brought up the Kyer Elam pick
Oh,
was
yeah,
Lord.
Harrison just because they both are fast, but the thing about Harrison versus Elam, he is a more zone specific corner. That's the scheme that McDermott runs. So I think just as far as a scheme fit, he's a better fit than Elam. And now, there's a whole debate about can he play man or not, but he does have traits that could be good in man. I'm not saying he is a man cover corner, but the Bills did run man at times last year. So, I mean, it's possible that Harrison could be effective. I'm not going to call him Darrelle Revis or anything, but if they do decide to run man, they do have some flexibility now, I'd say.
yeah.
Yeah, now that I'm here, I'd love to know what your thoughts are, Dean, about Hairston being picked last night at 30. What did you think?
I liked it for a bunch of reasons. For number one, he's a Detroit guy. Amos is a Lafayette, Louisiana guy
Ah,
who's probably never seen snow.
Right.
probably.
So
Makes sense.
so Harrison, grew up playing in the elements and he's used
Yep.
to cold weathers, which is
That's right.
great.
Of
That's a big thing.
of the three, Hairston had the most solo tackles per game. All right, of Amos, Hairston, and Morrison.
Wow.
Yeah, that's important. He's what, 3/8 of an inch short of 6 feet, so that's a wash with all three of them.
Yeah.
Hairston had a better interview than Amos, and we can fix things like Hairston's weight, but we
Mhm.
can't fix speed. You know, it's
No,
like,
not at
you
all.
either have it or
And if I'm not mistaken, Dean, I believe he ran the fastest 40 of any player at the combine.
That's
yes,
amazing.
it is true. I will show these to you in order of speed, and except for Cam Stone, who has a 0 in it, never ran a 40. Hairston is at the top of that list. Darian Porter is second, and Jacob Parrish is third.
Wow.
I mean, you talked about double dipping. If you want to add more
God.
speed, you could,
Yeah,
you could either take
You know what?
Porter tonight or Parrish possibly tomorrow, right? Because I think that's probably right in range where Parrish will go around 4, maybe.
yeah.
Yeah. Bills could double dip.
Now,
Steelers
Dean,
could trade into the second
if you were
round,
to
maybe.
give your predictions that's board for tonight, I mean, there's still a lot of talent left. It seemed last night there kind of was a run on D tackles as soon as obviously you had the 2 Michigan guys go early, and it did stink losing Kenneth Grant out to Miami.
God.
But after that, I mean, it seemed like, I mean, even I don't know if you even envisioned Williams being gone before the Bills pick, because what almost sounded like from his interviews in Detroit is he said that if he didn't go to Detroit, the Bills would have taken him, which was I found very interesting.
Yeah.
Same. Tyleik Williams in Buffalo would have been incredible, but I think he's going to be a really nice fit in Detroit.
Yeah.
You know,
they'll be able to use him.
I will say one other thing though. Derek Harmon would have been nice in Buffalo, but we will take good care of him in Pittsburgh. He will be eating Primati Bros and getting even bigger, and that will be a freak of a man and a freak of an athlete when the time comes.
You could.
Ben, did you have an internet thing there?
No, I was seeing who the Browns took. Oh, so they went Carson Schlesinger. So
Who?
interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, Cleveland took Schlesinger. I know who actually.
really?
He had been connected to the Bills in one of the later mock drafts I saw from last week. But I mean, that's an interesting pick. But I mean, I know Cleveland definitely could have used some help on the defensive side of the ball. So they go Mason Graham, Schlesinger. But yeah, just back to the D tackles. I mean, after the 2 Michigan guys went, Nolan went probably right around the range where a lot of people thought he would. And then obviously, like you mentioned, Harmon to Pittsburgh. And then Williams went off the board. I mean, there's still talent left. I mean, just as far as fits for the Bills, I would say out of the guys tonight, it seems like West or Collins are probably, if you want a true one tech, your guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think the Bills really do need to be in on D tackle tonight, and I think there's still some really good options for them.
I mean,
in the D tackle,
I think it's a safe
market.
bet to say no matter what, D line is going to be taken tonight. Maybe wide receiver. I mean, I know, Paul, that's what your preference, but they're filling out needs on the roster.
To be honest,
and if you're really talking about holes, I don't think receiver is as big of a hole as a defensive line. It could use upgrades, but we also have 9 more picks left, so it is possible that we could trade up after making our first 2 picks in the second round into the third round. If someone like, say, you know, if Jalen Royals drops a little bit and still available in the third round, or if even Kyle Williams is a guy you like, where do you see Trey Harris going? Because just kind of putting my thinking cap on, Dean, I know Amos was had a high scout score, and you know, just thinking they would have seen Harris in person a lot when scouting Amos. So, you know, if they weren't, I mean, obviously they were scouting Amos, but maybe they were there to look at Harris too.
Yeah. I think Harris had one of the best interviews of all of the wide receivers. And the only reason here, I'll show you these stacked up in terms of scout score there. The ones that are at the top are mainly slot guys.
Right.
which kind of confounded me. The only one that wasn't was Isaiah Bond, and now he's listed in pink because of character issue.
Right.
Oh,
Yes.
Yep.
So you'd have to go pretty far down here, and you have to go all the way down past character issue Brew McCoy to Luther Burden before you even get to an X receiver.
Right.
Good old Luther Burden.
But Trey Harris is second, with the same scout score of 11. Interestingly enough, though, Trey Harris.
Wow, Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins was just taken by Houston.
Jaden Higgins.
Jaden Higgins
over Luther Burden.
And over, I mean, obviously Harris too, but yeah, that.
Wow.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
it's funny. They're comparing him to Nico Collins, and now they kind of have two of them just as far as these big athletic receivers. I mean, that's going to be an interesting tandem. Higgins to go with Collins.
Here's the thing. Higgins only had one game scouted by the Bills, so I'm not really sure that they were ever in on him. One of the reasons is Big 12.
Yeah, I know you mentioned that Big 12.
Yeah, Bean just stopped looking at Big 12 this year, and even reduced his looks at ACC for offensive players.
Well, I'm glad he didn't stop Big 12 when they drafted Terrell Bernard, because that's been a great find from the Big 12.
Yes, it has been. Just so you remember, Paul, he wears number 8 now. Hint, hint.
Yes, he wears number 8. I mean, is there maybe a reason why you think Luther Burden is kind of falling here?
Oh, I can find nothing.
Do you think it's Do you think it's his production though, maybe, Dean, because he had such a great year last year or the season before? Where did he finish with 600 yards in 2024? Like, I know if he would have been able to come out right in 2023, he would have probably even been a first round pick in last year's draft, which is way more stacked at the receiver position.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I could think so too.
Yeah. So Daniel Jeremiah's comp for Burden was Stephon Diggs.
Interesting. I mean, I also heard Debo as well for Burden. I don't know if you heard that one, just because he's kind of a guy where you put the ball in his hands, he can, generate a lot of yak, and you can almost move him around the offense.
Yeah.
Omar Khan, if you can hear me, 3rd round pick, get Luther Burden, make him fall.
He won't be there on the 3rd round. I'll tell you that. Someone's gonna take him. I know
someone will get him first before Pittsburgh can even think about trading up Luther Burden.
Did Seattle just trade up, because it says they're on the clock now? I can't remember if they were supposed to be at 35 or not.
I think this would be a trade up.
Yeah, I believe it is too.
Seattle could trade up, but good Lord. Bean, get on the phone.
Do the Bills take an offensive player at all before round 4, Dean?
So it's a I would hope that they would start with edge at 56 and then take their defensive tackle, probably 3-tech with the 62 pick, because I think that Jamari Caldwell would last till the 109 pick.
Right.
If not, they can trade up just a tad
to get him.
That's what I think.
Interesting.
Now, is there a scenario where Xavier Watts is still on the board and they take him with one of their 2nd round picks?
Yeah. That's conceivable. We assume that they're looking at Watts and not Emanwari or Lathan Ransom. I think
that tracks.
It makes sense that they would go with Ransom just further down. They could take their 132, their 169, and their 170, make it a 105 in round 4, and take Lathan Ransom right before or right after they take Jamari Caldwell.
I was actually thinking last night, Dean, that if Nick Emanwari was a round 1 pick, he would have gone to Pittsburgh. Historically, he would have been a very Steelers-esque type player to go in round 1 for them. Him and Omarion Hampton, both of them could have been round 1 picks by Pittsburgh, but
I guess it's being shared around that Nick Emanwari is going to Seattle here.
Oh, well, way to spoil the pick, Adam Schefter.
Paul. I blame Paul. It's his fault.
I mean, we were talking about Umawari, so I thought it was
That
level.
was that
yeah.
that was fair, but
Fair indeed. At the
That's
same
true.
time, there he goes. I mean, to Seattle would be
I haven't seen
nice.
it yet.
Nice.
I mean, I said last night that Seattle could use a safety at some point. You know, they have those almost they got at least 2 or 3
Right.
good corners out there between
hold on.
Witherspoon,
Mhm.
and then the guy that Keon
While-
Moss.
While we're on safety,
Yep.
I want to hear your thoughts specifically, Dean, because people in the Bills Mafia were talking about safety. What do you think about safety as a need for the Bills in particular? Because people are saying, oh, it's not much of a need. It's not really a need. But I think it's kind of a need, but it's a small need. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Day 3.
Day 3? That
Yeah,
makes sense. I would have agreed.
Because you have a guy like Malachi Moore that you could get at 139. You know, use the 132 pick for
Mhm.
a strong safety. You know, especially one that can double Cole Bishop's college production. That's your guy. If you want one that has been looked at more in the last 2 years, it's probably Lathan Ransom of Ohio State. He's strong safety, and I think we'll see Kevin Winston go pretty soon. He'll be off the board fairly soon.
I would think so as well. I've seen a lot of mocks with him going pretty high.
Right.
I would love to see. I don't know really, but he'd be really good. He'll be good wherever he goes. Kevin Winston will be, I believe. I think that it'd be lovely. Honestly, I wouldn't necessarily be, too upset if he somehow managed to be a Bill, but I would absolutely like the idea of him on the Bills. I really can't say much about the Steelers right now because we ain't picking until 83, and that'll be later, I believe, tonight, right?
There he goes. Yep, you are right. Seattle did take Umawari.
God, that'll be good for them.
I already saw who Cleveland took, but I won't pull a Paul. I'll wait till you guys see it.
If it's Shador, I'll cry tears of happiness.
It is not.
Dean,
So you will be maybe crying tears of sadness.
Can I tell you just how happy I was that the Steelers did not draft Shador last night?
Now, Dean, I know a lot of the talk from and it wasn't McShay, it was Kuiper, sorry, that the teams were passing on Shador. Where did you personally have Shador Sanders on your overall big board?
Yeah. So you're looking at the scout scores of this, right?
Yeah.
Let me scroll all the way down to Shador Sanders.
Oh,
there
my
he is.
God. Did you see who was right below him, Paul? Or Paul and Ben? Did you see that?
So you didn't. I take it you didn't have a great grade on Sanders then.
Well, we didn't think that he was going to go very early. He didn't have a great interview. He's 23
no, not
years
at all.
old. I think that the Big 12 again getting in the way there.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And the Pac-12 too a little bit because that's where he played last year.
We had him 8th though. We had him 8th.
Wow.
Okay. So you had him higher than
look at
the NFL did apparently.
Look at DJ right there below him. I love that he's so close to DJ, and that just makes me so happy that he is not a Steeler right now. I would.
But wait till the Steelers take DJ. That will make you even more.
If I have to root for DJ again? Oh, believe me when I say DJ will not start over Rudolph. He probably wouldn't even start over Thompson. I'm just going to be honest. But I am starting to get into. Wait, Dean, hold on. Do you have Will Howard at 110? Is that what that says?
Yep.
Okay.
He is my target for the Steelers.
That was 24 for Dart because that looks right around where he went.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my question here,
back in to get him.
Yeah, my question here now. We saw 2 running backs go last night. The first running back goes off the board right now, and Quinshon Judkins to Cleveland. Is here where we start to see the run-on running backs? And
This
interesting.
is
I mean, they were close on your rankings, Henderson and Judkins, but it is interesting they took Judkins over Henderson. Now, do you think that has something to do with, not Judkins, Henderson's injury concerns? Because Henderson has had trouble staying on the field throughout his career.
so both of them very strong in breaking tackles, right?
Yeah.
Angry runs of 10 yards or more. Judkins has had 81 over the last 2 seasons.
Wow.
81. So I think he'll not do as well behind the line. Well, they have a fairly good line in Cleveland, but
yeah,
Ohio
not
State,
bad.
you and I could run for 3.8 yards per carry.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sure.
Wouldn't doubt it.
So that was it. He's not the better blocker. Let's just say that. I would have liked I like Travion Henderson more.
Now, if Henderson is still available at 56, is there a world where the Bills take him and trade Cook?
I was going to say you stole my thunder, so now we're even.
Ooh.
All right, perfect.
You know what I actually had heard? I hope it doesn't happen, Dean, but I had heard somebody actually say George Pickens for James Cook straight up on Twitter. Ben, you know what I'm talking about because you know
I heard that. I heard
I
that.
if that happens,
I just don't think that happens because
it shouldn't happen.
the value of receiver is higher than a running back, so it wouldn't be a straight up trade. The Bills would have to give something else up in addition to Cook.
Yeah, like your
But I did see an almost equal mind-numbing trade where someone said give up James Cook and Dalton Kincaid for Marvin Mims. I was like, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, no way.
No.
Yeah, right.
And
on the topic of trade ups here, because we're talking about trades. You know, how far, let's say, maybe in the second round, do you feel like the Bills would be willing to trade up for somebody like where do you think the maybe the defensive line?
Wow, Miami just traded up.
Will start.
What is without going on Twitter? Who does Miami take? Wrong answers only. Shedeur Sanders. That would be the funniest situation. No, I said they're not. I was just being facetious, Deed. Like that was a joke. Like me and Connor kind of have an inside joke about Sanders going to Miami. It would be funny, but I don't expect it to be the pick. If it is, it would be funny. But
expect corner.
Yeah,
it would be really
Will Johnson. It kind of seems
so
like
Chris Greer-esque.
Yeah, that is a very
Chris
Greer-esque pick. Will
he
Johnson.
has a thing with injury-prone players. If he's
got, he already has taken one Michigan player this draft, and if I'm not mistaken, isn't Stephen Ross a Michigan donor? I believe he graduated from Michigan.
He
has some skills in him.
There's connections there.
Yeah, that's why you remember when before Mike McDaniel became the coach, when all the Jim Harbaugh head coach of the Dolphins rumors were floating around. That's why, because Stephen Ross is huge friends with.
So
he's huge.
The fact that Miami traded up must mean they thought New England was thinking corner. So do we think? Does New England need a corner too?
It would help.
Oh, let me go back. So New England. Oh, that's very possible that they jumped the front. The connection there was they took Will Campbell, right?
Yeah. Yes, they did.
So they're probably looking wide receiver or edge on the Patriots.
Okay.
And Miami might have jumped up for an edge.
Yeah. What edges would this be? Maybe Mike Green?
Actually, hold on. Let me posit another thought. This is the Patriots they jumped. What if they traded for an O-lineman? Patriots need O-linemen desperately, and so do the Dolphins. What if that is an O-lineman?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's like offensive tackle is probably the play.
It would have to be because the Dolphins need desperately.
It is neither. It is Jonas Savaiinaia, guard.
That's still offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Well, I was just talking about corner or edge.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. I called it.
Sorry, I was listening to the broadcast. I mean, New England, I would say they probably go receiver here if you had to guess because
if Drake made weapons.
Yeah, they need a receiver or edge possibly.
So
both would be really good options.
So Luther Burden would be a great guess for wide receiver.
Yeah.
Savaiinaea is a good guess for or Savaiinaea, I guess.
Hmm.
Is
Well,
a good guess for guard.
For sure.
Well, he just went to Miami.
So, if we haven't already said it, the Raiders are trading 37 and 143 to the Dolphins in exchange for 48, 98, and 135.
Oh,
That's interesting to say the least.
We do have some slight Bills news. It's not pertains
news?
to the draft, but the COO Pete Cooley says that we are getting new jerseys this season.
Hello?
And if the Bills and Nike rivalry are going to collaborate, and the Bills will get new uniforms in the
Oh my.
2025 season
Wait,
in the final year.
entirely new uniforms.
I think we're just getting a new uniform combo.
I like
Okay.
the sound of that.
Wait, is that what you're seeing? Nothing brings Bills Mafia together like a good rivalry. NFL times Nike rivalries coming to Buffalo. Is that what you're talking about? Or something
Yeah, it's
different?
a new. It's for. Pete Cooley says who's excited for a new jersey.
Oh,
for
okay.
a
Yeah, I
new
see that.
uni.
So here it is. Nike and the National Football League are announcing rivalries, a new and exciting uniform and fan gear program that will give athletes and fans an opportunity to connect like never before. The program will elevate NFL rivalry games over the next 4 seasons with specially designed Nike uniforms and fan gear. Rivalries will drive fan engagement by celebrating story traditions and uniting communities with unique and elevated product designs. The Buffalo Bills are one of 8 teams selected to be part of the rivalries for the 2025 NFL season. The first wave of participating teams hail from the AFC East, which would be all 4 teams, and NFC West. So, for anyone wanting
Sounds like
red,
a City Connect jersey.
I was just gonna say it sounds like City Connect for any baseball fans out there. It doesn't really sound like throwbacks or red helmets, which I guess they still could announce.
Yeah, we want red helmets. At least I want to
Some
see
of
red
us,
helmets.
some of us do.
Red helmets with the standing bill. Give me that. I want that. I
Well,
want
the
everything
static
about
bill
that.
is red, so if you did that, you just have a completely solid red helmet.
Put a black border around it. There we go.
there you go.
Back to the draft really quick, Dean. How for I mean, my biggest interest right now is watching how far Luther Burden falls. How far do you let him fall before you pick up the phone and maybe try to get a trade up here?
But Burden would be a good choice because he was the X on that board that I showed you before. So
Mhm.
you know he's got the downfield speed. He's got some dynamic to him, and who doesn't want a Stephon Diggs on your team that has no drama?
So
That's valid.
one thing
That's
I did
very
hear
valid.
about real quickly, one thing I did hear, which was a report, let me see who said it. Was it maybe okay, it was Ian Rappaport, sorry. He just said if you wonder what the league thought about Jaden Higgins, 2 teams traded out after he's picked by the Texans. So Titans and Raiders could have had him on their radars too.
Bet they did. That's
Yeah.
insane.
That's great.
That's interesting, actually. If they just immediately said, nope, we're done, we're out, now that Jaden Higgins is gone, then people valued him. And I think we might wind up seeing that a little more with other players tonight. Thankfully, not Shedeur.
Right.
I love it. I love it so much. I'm trying to gas myself up for Jalen Milroe now. I saw him pretty high on your own board, Dean. What did you think? I've been trying to gas myself up because it feels like he's going to be a Steeler tonight.
Yep. I first of all, I like the fact that he's 22 and not 24, like Dylan Gabriel or Will Howard,
or even 26, like Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, I think that if the Bills go quarterback, let's say, I would start looking at around pick 132 as a possibility of a landing place for Will Howard, Kyle McCord, something like that. Or later on, taking with their last pick, take Curtis Rourke,
mm-hmm.
or maybe Elgersma.
Oh,
because he's 2 hours away from the stadium. So
nice.
So that's a good idea.
Oh, for sure. But I don't think you guys will have to worry about Will Howard. I'm hoping the Steelers take him in round 4 or round 3 at 83.
Right.
But I think
Right.
83 might be a little high for Will Howard. I think that we'd still be able to get him with the 4th. But in terms of if we waited until the 4th, I'd be scared that you guys would want a developmental quarterback because it'd be good to have one behind Josh. And as long as it's not DJ Ugalegally, as I call him, it'll be just fine. I mean, Ben and I know we watched him for a full FSU season. It was horrible. We hated it. It was like watching Tua, except worse.
Right. Right.
Not accurate. Actually, no, I saw him compared to Daniel Jones, the Daniel Jones of college ball. That's how bad he was.
All
And
right. That's fair.
I do not want him as anywhere on the Bills. They already have Mitch Trubisky, who I'm not high on already. And having DJ in there as a no, stop.
Right.
And I read a article earlier from Steeler Nation already talking about the Steelers might take a quarterback that nobody wants. I'm like, if nobody want no, what would be funny actually, now that Paul's back, I want to hear your thoughts on this. What if the Steelers do just that, but they take Quinn Ewers and make him the quarterback?
Wow, real quickly, I said a couple minutes ago we might start to see a run on running backs, and
we got one.
Scratch Travion Henderson off our list. The New England snatched him.
Okay, who did?
New England.
All right.
Wow, that's a pick.
So, and that's almost a counterpunch to the Bills having a cornerback who is fast but slight in stature.
100%.
Yeah, because he has the size and so the counterpunch to that is
a defensive tackle, right?
Yes, get your slobber knocker linebacker.
Yes.
What this is showing me though is everybody but the edges is coming off the board. And that's setting the stage. I got 5 edges who've each been seen 3 or more scouted games by the Bills. You've got Iziraku, you've got Scorton, you've got Tui Molawau, you've got Sanders and Sawyer.
Okay, I was just going to mention Sawyer. I mean, if you could get any of those guys, I think the first 2 picks, are a home run. I mean, even if you want to go offense at 62, do whatever. I mean, you could even trade up slightly for Caldwell or Vernon Broughton, who I believe is one of your pet cats, right? So there's still other guys on the defensive line, and it's shaping up right now too. It looked like the run on D tackles was early in this draft so far because Alexander, who had a first round grade by some, is still available. Yep. Obviously, you got Norman Lott, you got is it Turner from the other defensive lineman from A&M?
Yep, Jamar Turner.
Hold on.
Yep. And then obviously you got the guy from South Carolina too, TJ Sanders. I think I already mentioned Omar Lott, right? And then you have, obviously, of course, have Collins. So I mean, it is setting up that it looks like there's a lot of D tackle talent still left. So I mean, that's also good for the Bills.
The fact that the defensive tackle was poached quite deeply might lead them to take the guy that they want at D tackle the most. Now, right. Joshua Farmer had a lot of contact with the Bills.
That's another guy too. I didn't mention.
He talked to them, so I wouldn't be surprised if Farmer were the pick at 56 and then Collins was the pick at 62.
I mean, that would be great to double dip at defensive tackle. Now, if that happens, is it still possible that we aren't done picking tonight? Because we still have, I think, 7 picks after that.
So combining our 132, our 169, and our 170 could put us into round 4. I don't see without doing a draft and trade,
right? Something
like that to get a round 3 pick. I don't see how that happens. They would be very, very happy to leave this day 1 and day 2 with their cornerback and their defensive line problems solved and work on edge a little bit later. I've got some later.
Well, now Chicago's on the board, and I don't have the needs in front of me, but is edge a need for Chicago? Because just kind of thinking out loud, it seems like they might
Edge
use an
is a need.
edge.
Mm-hmm.
Edge
Yes,
a
it
need.
is.
And did you say that O'Marion Hampton is still is gone?
Yes, he went to the Chargers.
Yes. So
Wild pick.
so the next thing would probably be one of those 5 edges we just mentioned.
Right.
Safety is still on the board though.
Yeah. Well, they have another pick and 2 picks, so I guess they gotta see maybe who they believe New Orleans would prefer with the 40th pick, because Chicago is picking 39 and 41 with the Saints sandwich in between them. So
Interesting. Okay.
Wait.
Well,
Oh yeah, you're right about the Saints. Cross your fingers right here for Shador. Get him off the board. Get him off the board at 10 or at 40 with the Saints, or at 42 with the
that
Jets.
helps the Bills too, though, because
sure
that's
does.
not a defensive lineman getting taken.
Actually, no, you know what? I got it, guys. You know what I'm hoping happens? Shador goes to the Jets. The Jets want to make him day 1 starter, and he just gets annihilated twice a year by the Bills.
Yay!
That'd be perfect. I love it.
I like it. Sign me up.
You know, actually, Dean, I had a very interesting conversation with someone earlier today about Shador. Now that the Steelers didn't take it, talked to actually said, you know what? Watch him go to Dallas. You know what? That would make it so funny because that would alienate Dak Prescott immediately. Oh my God. Did y'all just see who the Bears picked?
No,
not yet. Hold on.
I'm not going to say it, but dad gummit. Son of a.
Wow.
No.
Yeah. Wow. Ben Johnson is very weapon oriented.
Wake
Luther
up, Con.
Burden to the Bears. Wow.
That's a man. Wake up, Con.
Wow. Now the Bears will have DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Colston Loveland, and Luther Burden.
They're going to be really, really good next year, I think.
That's really good, Trey. That's really good for them. Anyway.
Wow.
Yeah.
We'll see what the Saints do here.
I'm hoping this is Shador.
Please let it be Shador. That would help all of us, including Pittsburgh and Buffalo.
Yes. In particular, though, it would save Pittsburgh the trouble of having to think about it. I don't know if they're trying to think about Aaron Rodgers still, which I hope they're not. I think they're out at this point, which thank God for that. But, like I said earlier, I read an article that said the Steelers might be more into a quarterback that nobody's really thought about. I would like the idea of Quinn Ewers. I'm not going to lie. But I don't know how well he would slot in as the Steelers quarterback of the future if the Steelers decided to take him over a guy like Will Howard. But I could talk myself into Quinn Ewers. Will Howard is an instant sell for me. I want him more than any other quarterback on the list.
Interesting.
That's just my opinion. I have a lot of very differing opinions on players. All of the Steelers fans last night wanted Shador. I was in the minority of the ones that didn't, and we got called dumb by the other Yinzers. So shows you what we were thinking last night, Dean. But one guy even said, and I quote, when the pick was made, who? Shows you how little he knew about Derek Harmon, because he's going to eat. He is going to eat. I'm going to be so happy.
Yeah.
And I mean, play the season for his mother. That's all I hope he does. Like, just balls out for his mother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dedicate the season to his mother. I want that for him so bad.
That's
that's
a motivator. And that's all you need is a motivator.
I've talked to a lot of the other people in Bills Mafia. They all said they're going to root for the Steelers of him until they play each other, of course.
Right.
Which,
and they will
come to that game, I will be in a very interesting spot if Derek Harmon sacks Josh Allen. I will be like, yay, but wait. I love Josh Allen so much, but he got sacked by the guy I also love. How am I supposed to feel right now?
Right.
But no, I want to hear your take, Paul. What do you think? Quinn Ewers to the Steelers. Thoughts? Texas boy? Texas
I
fan.
think he would be a good fit in Pittsburgh, but he would just, I feel like outside of the remaining quarterbacks right now, I feel like every quarterback outside of Cam Ward should at least sit for an entire year, or at least sit for at least a half a season to just get acclimated. I don't feel like I feel like that could be a.
Hmm.
I just saw the Saints pick and I'm kind of shocked here, but
Do you even think that applies to Jackson Dart? Do you think he should sit for a full season and
I
let
feel
James
like
Winston or
Jackson
Russell
Dart,
Wilson
because in
be
the
QB1?
offense that he ran in Ole Miss, I feel like he should sit for at least a half season, kind of like the
Okay.
Justin Fields experiment in
Wow.
when Russell Wilson was in
Yeah.
Pittsburgh.
Kind of a
I mean,
react.
it's interesting. I'm really glad they actually, if this all pans out, I'll be glad the Steelers got rid of both of them, because both Wilson and Fields will be compensatory picks in the future. And if they really don't like them, if they don't like who they take this year, all they got to do is just bundle all of those picks, their second next year and their first next year, make a mega trade to go up to number 1 overall and take
Mhm.
Arch Manning, because that's what's going to happen. Because the 2026 draft is in Pittsburgh. The Yinzers
Right.
will be in full force, just ready if they wind up going to number 1 overall and take Arch Manning. Because the last and only time the Pittsburgh Steelers ever picked number 1 overall, they took Terry Bradshaw.
Huh.
And
Yeah.
oh my God, they did it, but they didn't do who I thought they should.
Saints got Tyler Shuck,
Okay.
Man,
quarterback.
that's
Louisville.
not Shador. Stop giving the Steelers ideas. Damn it, Saints.
I mean, this is honestly very fascinating right now. I mean,
did you guys
Sanders
see?
just continues to fall and fall. Is there like maybe a character concern? Is it maybe
Yes.
bad interviews that
No,
could,
no, no.
could be
You
leading
get
Shador to
Deion.
just continuing the fall?
Did you guys see his room last night that he had for his draft party? That
Yeah.
legendary thing. Like, that's why he's falling. He has got the worst type of character issues. That's why I don't want him in Pittsburgh. I don't care how good you are. At some point, if you are an absolute head case, do not infect the team with bull.
Let's
that's
go
exactly
back
what
to
he's
the
Did we get the Saints pick yet? Because that is
Tyler Shuck.
yes.
Yes, a quarterback.
Thoughts on that,
not
Dean?
Shador.
That helps the Bills. Where
Yeah.
where did you have Shuck on your rankings?
So everybody that wants, here's okay. So Tyler Shuck is not in view here. Okay,
Mhm.
these
wow.
are, so this is the number of games that they went to. They went to one game. He's 25 years old. That's a disadvantage. He
Yeah.
has Josh Allen size, and everybody wants their Josh Allen and wants that Josh Allen. They'll take him earlier.
What?
So, and
I'm getting
the
I'm getting
size,
text messages right now that are saying that the Bills are now on the clock.
Yep, they're on the clock. The Bills are on the clock. We're trading up.
Bills have traded up to pick.
Oh,
have
wow,
traded
that
up
is
to pick
true.
41.
The Bills are doing
Wow,
something.
we are on the clock. That is, you're right. Okay, well,
The
don't
Bills are
spoil the
doing
pick.
something.
All right, Dean, we don't have to wait. The good thing is we don't have to wait another 16 picks at least, right?
so the Bears must have traded because because of their need structure here is
So
that
who could this be potentially, Dean?
maybe the trade was Cook. Let's find out what the terms of the deal are here.
Yeah,
That's
for
a
real.
good point.
That's
if it is
a
Cook,
lot.
is it a running back here though?
Oh, wait, I got it, guys. I got it. The Bills trade 56,
All right, what is it?
62, and 109 to Chicago for 41, 72, and 240.
Okay, so we
Oh, so
moved
we're
up
only going to have one first round pick.
one
second
second.
round
You
pick.
mean
1 second. Yeah,
Yeah.
1 second. Yeah.
But we are going to add a third, so we're going to have.
So what is
So
this
we're- so
real
this better be
quickly?
worth
We want to
something.
jump the Jets. Is there?
Oh man. Well,
Is it Azaraku? Is that it? Are they going edge here? That's what I would think due to
Well,
the lack of run
that's
on
what
edge now.
that's what I'm trying to show you here is that there are 5 edges within range, each that had 3 games scouted this year. Ezraku is at the top of them for me. Scarton is second. Tui Molawau, who I would not be surprised about, or TJ Sanders, who was the most scouted school. So
Ben,
let's see what it is.
So
what if
looking
this
at
is
kind of
a
looking at
double
the
dip?
looking
What
at
if
the
this is a
break
double dip and this is Desiree Thomas?
or Trey Amos.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Um,
But could you
look at
A
imagine?
lot of Bills insiders are right now thinking this is going to be a trade up for Ezraku. Joe Pasquale says Boston College edge rusher Donovan Ezraku is one I would consider if he remains available.
All right,
So I would
don't
feel
spoil
like
the
this
pick.
is
I
Um,
would like that.
I would like that too. Now, just kind of looking at the terms of the deal, they're moving up because NFL Network provided a nice graphic. They're moving up 15 picks in the second round and only 10 picks from the bottom of the second round to the third round. Except that the big trade-off is they're moving back from 109 to 240. So they don't have
That's
that
interesting.
early fourth round pick. But if I'm not mistaken, they still have another fourth rounder tomorrow, correct?
They have
148.
132.
Yeah, 132. Thank you. I knew it was somewhere in that ballpark. All right. Well, let's see what it is. I mean, the pick is in right now.
All
Paul
right.
probably knows who it is because he's on
I
Twitter.
actually don't know who this is.
All right. I'm wondering, what if this is Paul's favorite moment here, and this is a wide receiver? What
Oh
if
my
this
God.
is
I'm
for
trying to
another-
wonder what receiver it would be because you already
exactly?
got a couple off the board unless they're moving up for Trey Harris. I mean, they are jumping the
That
Jets, and the Jets probably need weapons, but no, I don't think it is a receiver. I mean, I wouldn't
don't
mind
think it
it,
is either.
but I don't.
It
I
shouldn't
think
be.
it's Ezraku. If I had to put money on it, I
Yeah,
would be shocked if it's
I-
not an edge. Honestly,
It needs to be a defensive tackle or edge right here. Personally, you already addressed cornerback with Hairston last night. Now you have to address defensive tackle right
And
here.
that's what they have in common. The Bills and Jets need defensive tackle.
That's
So
what
I would buy
jumped
that.
them. Yep, that's why they jumped them then for sure.
Farmer or Collins?
Oh, Josh Farmer. Give me Joshua Farmer. Give me my boy
Alfred
Joshua
Collins.
Farmer. Hey, shut up, Texas boy. I'm kidding.
Oh, I do know
We're
the
making
pick.
the
I'm
same
almost
biased
there.
claims. We're making the same biased claims, so it's okay. Oh man, come on, Josh Farmer or Alfred Collins. I mean, either one would just be a
Yeah.
slam dunk
A one
right
tech
here.
might be the thing, but
Come on,
it's
Make-
interesting that
make the pick, Bean.
it's
I'm getting
I think it's
excited
one
here,
tech,
Bean.
but
Come on, Bean.
I
mean,
should be off Twitter for this, but
I am. I'm not looking. I am absolutely
I
not.
already
looking.
looked.
don't
I
wanna
already know who it is. Unfortunately.
Oh, unfortunate. Oh no. Oh no. Hey
Well,
yo.
I don't like our pick spoiled, but like
Hey yo.
I'm on Twitter just to look at the terms
Okay.
and conditions of what people are saying.
I know who it is too, and I'm happy.
Oh.
Most scouted school, I will say that.
Bills have selected TJ Sanders out of South
I don't
Carolina.
know how I feel
Dean,
about that.
There's your edge. I'm ecstatic.
You like it, Dean?
Yeah.
You think this means a double dip comes later at the defensive defensive tackle position?
Oh yeah, they're gonna use Sanders in more than one way. So yeah, we're gonna see another one later, and I think I know who, but
Caldwell possibly.
so yeah, maybe.
That's huge. Dean, once you said that you were happy, I was happy.
Well, I'm glad I can influence people just that way, but
Yeah, because I was looking at it going, wait, who is this again? I didn't remember
Oh,
him
yeah.
because I hadn't seen much of his tape or any of them.
He
or,
was a
any of
guy
his on
I
mock
mentioned though a couple minutes ago, Connor.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. think it would be. But then once it happened, I was like, really? Nice. But like I
Dean, give
said,
us
once
some
Dean
info
said
on
he was thrilled,
TJ
love it.
Sanders here.
Yeah.
What are some things that you like about TJ Sanders, and some of the things maybe that TJ Sanders that you think that he might need to work on in
So
his first season as a
so
Bill?
so Bean went to 2 games of TJ's. He put up two tackles, a sack, and a tackle for loss in the scouted game that Bean and 2 others saw. So they actually had 3 scouts at that game, and their defense just shut down number 10 Texas A&M 44-20 in that game. In 2024, he was 12th in the country in pressures with 33. Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
and our comp for him is Larry Ogunjobi.
Oh,
It,
okay.
savvy, ability to disrupt quickly was one of the things, and he's actually a good tackler. That's going to be an important thing. He'll play 3 tech with them, and he was the only 30 visit. I stand corrected. But I think he's the only 30 visit among the 3 techs that was going to be going early. So I still think we're double dipping at tackle, though, defensive
That
tackle. So
definitely.
Could this maybe
I
be?
think I think the Bills need to double dip at one position, whether it's defensive tackle or cornerback. I think defensive tackle would definitely be my preferred option.
Yes, and I think that they also have some eyes on some preferred free agents that actually could get the job done. One of which is a wrestler. So watch for that.
You know what I think's interesting? Who would have thought that the first guy named Sanders to be drafted would be TJ Sanders and not Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, that's an awesome. You ought to tweet that. That's great.
That's too funny. I just happened to think of it. But I see a lot of people on Twitter complaining about this pick. Are there like some to his size? Because I'm seeing people upset that the Bills chose a small defensive tackle.
Well,
and I don't quite understand that kind of a gripe. I mean, I understand the gripe, but everything I've heard's been really good. So I'm just kind of wondering where the discrepancy is. If he's a smaller defensive tackle, then I would definitely think there would be, he'd have issues getting off the line. But if he's a smaller guy, I'm still not really worried about it.
Right.
I'm not. I don't know why other people are.
I had to put that the Bills got their Sanders.
That's great.
He can add bulk. I'm being told that he probably will be asked to add some bulk, but I don't have any trouble with the Bills doing that. So that's a good thing.
Take him to Bill Gray's, have him eat all the garbage plates in the planet. Yeah, he'll bulk up.
Oh yeah. So
I want to go back. I want another garbage plate, Dean. I loved it when I was in Rochester. I want another one.
They're good. They're
so good. I love them.
I mean, this is a very fitting Bills pick. Honestly, the Bills really do like their smaller defensive tackles. But, I guess the only main issue is that the main issues have been the last few years is that our defensive tackles hasn't been, big enough. They haven't been able to get into the passing lanes of the quarterback or in the running lanes of a running back.
Right.
So is this
interesting?
Is this like a Bean type pick, or do you feel like this is like a scheme type, preference that the Bills have? And you did say that, TJ Sanders can get bigger. So if he can get a little bit bigger, does that mean he could be even more better for the Bills? Or is that him staying at his current size is
come on
where he's the most dominant?
Jets. That's not Shedeur. That's a questionable pick even still. Do you guys see that? You guys see who they just took?
About to see it now.
Oh, yeah. Call him MT.
Wow. MT.
Yes, empty.
But why
Yeah, that's
is my question?
well.
Why?
It was one of their needs.
Where was he? Where was he ranked on your board, Dean? I'm just curious.
Low. That's why I call him
Whoa.
MT.
Okay, so this is a Jets pick. Bad. Okay, got it.
So
Okay,
very
yeah,
Jetsy.
definitely a need, but do you think is this a reach for a tight end, or do you think this is just a bad pick in general?
Well, I thought that their number 2 the second round pick was going to actually be a wide receiver, but what do I know? It's very possible that they don't like the wide receivers as much as the
Really?
the fan. Well, they're not going off the board that much. They could have had Luther Burden.
Yeah. It makes
So-
you wonder, really. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see where the next run on receivers is because all night, I don't know. The Niners are next. What were their needs again? I don't really have. Wait, I do have it pulled up actually. Tackle and cornerback. I wonder if this is
Yeah.
where my boy Azare goes or Trey Amos.
Oh.
I'm actually shocked, Dean, that Trey Amos did not get drafted in the first round. Oh my Lord, have mercy! That is unfair.
Oh, dang.
That is unfair. That is
49ers.
disgusting.
Oh wow.
That is disgusting. Nick
Alfred
Bosa
Collins
with Alfred
to
Collins
San
and Fred
Francisco.
Warner. God, that is disgusting.
So
They're gonna have.
now let's go back. And this is now a very interesting topic. Alfred Collins. Bills take TJ Sanders over Alfred Collins. Is
Yeah.
this now? Was TJ back to your board type thing? Was TJ Sanders the more better fit for the Bills over Alfred Collins?
Yeah,
Or maybe there was something.
He's more of the havoc creator. So Sanders making pressures fast is one of the things that McDermott wanted, and I think he gets that with Sanders. He would not get that from Collins.
Okay.
Collins is not going to affect the pocket as much as Sanders will.
So I would assume that Collins would kind of be like the run stopper of the defense, and that would help hopefully help the others open up the pass rush. But TJ Sanders sounds like he can kind of do both. He can run stop really well, but he can also get after the quarterback.
Yeah, I think he's the poor man's Derek Harmon. So
Wow.
we
We
didn't have that.
All right.
We didn't have that
like
chance.
So
Let's
we'll
see.
take care of him, Dean. The Steelers will take good care of him.
Oh,
He'll
good.
be eating Primanti Bros for every other meal. Playing his season dedicated for his mother, he will be an unstoppable force. Derek Harmon, early defensive rookie of the year, pen it in. Unless TJ Sanders balls out, I would not complain about that either. I'll be seeing. If TJ Sanders plays enough competitive snaps, I'll be seeing it when he sacks Mason Rudolph or Will Howard or whoever the Steelers start. I'll just be going, I like this guy. I don't like you right now, but I'm starting to warm up to that pick, the TJ Sanders one. If he's a better scheme fit for the Bills than a guy like Alfred Collins would have been, sold.
Yeah,
He
I
knows
think-
what he's doing.
Yeah, you're still gonna get a one tech, but it'll probably be later on.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
Maybe with that 109 if we still have it. I'm still scratching my head on. No, we don't have the 109. We have a 72 though.
Mhm.
So I'll start
we
working
have-
on that.
Can
So
we
we have
have it?
72 and 204. Dean, do you think the Bills would use 72 to try to trade back up into the later second round, maybe to double dip at the tackle, or even try to get maybe Jalen Royals? Like, where do you kind of have Jalen Royals or Kyle Williams going? Are you feeling like they're late second round picks, or do you feel like they're in that 72 range for the Bills if they wanting to go grab one of these wide receivers. Because my preference personally is to grab one of these wide receivers before round 4
Gotta
because I
let
feel
Paul
like
ask
they're a
interesting
better,
questions.
they're a
Yeah.
little bit better than what some of these late round wide receivers are.
Come on,
But
Cowboys,
it
take
feels like it feels like you feel that the Bills will double dip at DT before wide receiver. But kind of your thoughts on the wide receivers of like Jalen Royals and Williams, and kind of like how do you feel like the rest of this draft might pan out for the Bills if it's a trade up? Are they going to keep? Do you think they're going to keep 72? Just kind of your thoughts on all that.
Well, I think your questions are too long. So the Bills did not scout Royals at all during the year. No
Really?
credential visits or anything.
Wow.
So to me, yes, he was good. He's the best wide receiver in Utah State history. All right.
Wow.
But he does have great hands, nice hand-eye, ball tracking, that kind of thing. He attacks the ball well in front of his frame.
Nice.
That type of thing. He'd be a good fit for somebody, but he's not coming to the Bills, in my opinion.
Interesting.
I think they want the bigger, faster, to be trouble downfield.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They might even, I don't know. I think Isaiah Bond is in a free fall, so I don't think that he's the X that they're looking for. How about Dante Thornton?
Isaiah Bond. You know
Yeah.
what I've been saying for a while, Dean? He's been having those character issues and he's been free falling, I assume, because of the character issues. You know what that makes him? A Steelers wide receiver, because they have a thing about taking receivers with character issues. I have been saying it for months. I think they're going to take Isaiah. They're going to take Isaiah Bond. Look at who the Cowboys just picked. That is a pick, all right.
Wow. Well, there's the first of the edge rushers.
That actually makes sense for Dallas. I kind of hate that. Why did Dallas do that?
So Iziraku is off the board. He was number 34 on my board.
Really?
So that was good. That was good value. So Skorton, Tuimoloau, and Jack Sawyer are still on the board if others need an edge. Wow. This is wrong here.
Now, I feel like I just want to know now from your perspective, Dean, with the Rams coming up in a pick after the Colts, do you believe that could potentially be the final resting spot for Shedeur? Because the Rams have been talking about getting a quarterback to get, when Matthew Stafford moves on. Do you think that would be it? Or do you think that would be a little too soon? Even though we're all thinking, why has Shedeur still not been taken?
Yeah, he's now become the poison pill, right? He might continue to free fall, and at some point he'll be like, oh, we might as well take him because it's the third round, where you start to take chances on players, but you don't take chances on a second round pick, in my opinion.
I agree. So, that mentality, I just thought about it. That's why I think partway that the Steelers are not going to trade back into the second round, because they have that mentality. Remember in 2019 when they traded their first round pick to the Dolphins for Minkah Fitzpatrick? That was what their mentality was. They said Minkah is essentially our first round pick and he's going to start right away. And he made himself a career in Pittsburgh because Miami just didn't use him properly. I think Pittsburgh might be thinking the same thing. They're saying DK Metcalf essentially is the second round pick. So that's an interesting mindset, because maybe the Bills are doing the same thing with TJ Sanders. They're like, we want this guy right here sold, and he's going to start immediately because this is going to be an impact player. Well, I don't know if he'll start immediately, but I feel like if you pick a guy in the second, he should.
Here's the run on edges.
Mhm.
Oh, yep. Wow.
So I had JT at 52 and
52.
Scorton at 40. So
Really?
so
Mm. I am intrigued at this. Maybe he was just a bit of a maybe he was a better fit for the Colts personnel wise. Maybe what was his interview grade? Did he have a better interview than the one above him?
Scorton versus JT Tuimoloau.
Yes.
So JT Tuimoloau, he's quiet, but he speaks softly, but he carries a big stick. He really does. He really says something, but he's soft. As soon as he turns on the field, he's a dog. So I mean, that was
Really
one of my
nice.
favorite players in the draft. I'm glad that somebody can use him, but the Colts is not
Very nice.
where I wanted him.
The Colts have had an interesting draft, in my opinion. The Tyler Warren pick I thought was a very, very huge steal, but that's because Ben Johnson thought that Colston Loveland was more of a scheme fit for the Bears over TJ Warren. But that's a really interesting pick. Tight end, then edge. I think they're setting themselves up really well. But that's what I think. I could say that a lot of teams have been setting themselves up really well. I don't really there's been a like, what are you doing type pick yet, personally.
Yeah.
I thought Jackson Dart last night was that pick because of the Giant picking him, but then I went, wait, people are a lot higher on him than I previously thought. I could have warmed up to Jackson Dart at 21. It would have taken me a while, but I would have eventually gotten to the idea. But last night, if we would have picked Jalen Milroe, I would have crashed out immediately.
Yeah.
I was on live last night. If it would have been Jalen Milroe, I would have crashed out on the spot.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was then. Now I think that if they wanted a shot at Milroe, go for it, because this might be, or no, I don't think the Rams take quarterback here. I'm not too worried about them possibly swiping one like Jalen Milroe or anybody like that. I don't think they do it here. I think anybody has a shot going down the list. What I'm looking at, maybe potentially Seattle at 50, maybe, but I don't think so. Yeah, no one else really in round 2 needs a quarterback except the Rams. They were the ones thinking about it. So if this isn't quarterback right here, I think it might be safe to say Shedeur doesn't even make the second round.
So,
but I'm not totally sure. This could be
so
anything.
that 72 pick that the Bills have, some of the
Mhm.
names on the Draft Tech Dynamic board, which changes
Mhm.
with all of the picks, has Kyle Williams and Jalen Noel and Jack Besh going right in a row there at the 72 pick.
Which
Oh,
one
with
of
Iowa
those
too.
are kind of like in the in the interest of the Bills? Are any of them any in the interest of the Bills?
So of all of those, the one that's highest up is TCU Jack Besh.
Ooh, I'd heard that name quite a bit.
Yeah.
What is your comp for Besh? Because I've been hearing from when he was very popular in the early draft process. I heard names like Puka Nakua been thrown around for Besh.
I'd heard that. I'd heard that same one. So he's, what's interesting is he had in the game between TCU and Stanford, he had the best game, and that was the game that Savion Williams, J.P. Richardson, JoJo Earl, and Alec Iomanner were in. He had 6 catches for 139 yards. So he's the best downfield blocker in the draft. So think a smaller Gabe Davis, and that would be a good thing. And in 2024, was putting up an average of 86.2 yards a game. The best downfield blocker is what they might be interested in. He's the Big 12 guy.
Right.
So that's a resistance against him. But you're looking for somebody who's a deep threat who also can block. That's Besh. So I'll put him as the possible target.
Anybody that can block, personally.
Yeah. So in that range, if they're looking to build up speed, what about stretching a little bit and taking somebody like Ty Felton or
I was thinking that too.
I've actually thought about Ty Felton a lot to the Bills. I think it would be a nice pick if they took him.
Yeah. And I wrote an article about this, looking for all character draft, and did an all character pick 6 on BuffaloFanbase.com, and that was one of my people was Ty Felton.
Nice.
Just a great interview.
The Rams. Y'all see this?
Terrace Ferguson to the Rams.
That's an interesting pick. I like it for the Rams. Their only other tight end was Tyler Higbee, and he was injured last year. So I'm thinking the Rams are doing this to get younger and get some more insurance at the position, which is always a good thing, especially at tight end. Speak of, you know what? I'm interested because I just said insurance at the tight end position. Do you think, Dean, that the Bills would look at the position late in like the 5th round or wherever the later picks are for the Bills?
Yeah, tight end. I think they're going to not re-up. Who is it? Quentin Morris and Rondé Gadsden of Syracuse and Jake Browning-Stool of Clemson are my 2 guesses there as who they might pick. But you're right. It would be in that range where the Bills still have 4 picks out of 8 in a row.
Wow. Yeah.
So they have 169, 170, 173, and 177. They can pretty much fill a roster in 8 in the space of 8 picks.
Oh, for sure. My other, I was actually thinking about this a second ago, Dean. Do you think, in your opinion, that the Bills, they come into the draft with 10 picks? Do you really think they're going to use all 10 picks?
I don't.
Right now they traded. So how many are we left with now?
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, we have 10 because we got the 240.
Oh, you're right. Oh my God, the Cardinals did it. They did it. His skid has ceased, and I'm not talking about Shedeur.
Will Johnson to the Arizona
Will,
Cardinals.
Oh my gosh.
There he goes.
The second longest skid is over.
There he goes.
All right, so now that's interesting. Now we have 10 picks. Does Bean now maybe use their later round picks, maybe shorten it from 10 picks, maybe to like maybe 7, and we get back into the second round? Because as we see, the edge room is starting to thin as we get closer to the middle portion of the second round, and there might not be maybe that true stud edge rusher available for the Bills as we get closer to the end of the second round here.
You could give the Steelers some of those picks so they can move up into the second round. Just a thought.
Yeah. I mean, it's not my specialty, but I'm sure that there are people that say anything's possible. What's baffling me is that I've been looking here, except for that pick of Besh, I don't have a 72 on the board that had a lot of interest from the Bills.
So who took Besh?
So
Nobody.
but
We were
that would be
talking about
my
him.
that would be my
Well, Harris
prediction.
is still technically on the board too, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes. Kevin
Will
Winston,
Johnson is not.
the strong safety, is also there, and his interview, I swear that would be a really good pick as far as run defense and pass coverage categories. Winston is good at both, and his interview was the best of the safety class. So I'll say Kevin Winston might be a better bet than Besh. Besh is more of a slot guy, and I think they're trying to find an X, and they can get an X later
Right. Interesting.
with one of the four picks in the 8 running picks.
I'm still just thinking though, because the Bills are still picking at. Oh, well,
So who
actually,
does
yeah, that's right.
Houston move up for? They just moved up. I didn't
Houston
see.
moved-
I'm just
oh,
asking.
Houston did move up.
Yeah.
I didn't see either. I just now noticed that Houston moved up. Wow. Okay. So they're jumping
So Houston,
Cincinnati for somebody theoretically, unless they want to jump Tennessee, which is a couple of moves still to be made, but they're jumping.
so they traded out of their round 1 pick. So they're still looking for their offensive tackle. They're still looking for their offensive guard, and they're still looking for the defensive lineman. So I'm pretty sure with only 3 picks in the top 100, this one better be, since they traded out for one, this better be a hog molly, either an offensive tackle or offensive guard.
Potentially, it would make a lot of sense. They desperately need O-line because they play all their other really good studs. And CJ Stroud definitely had no favors done last season. He needs help.
So based
and the
on
Texans-
draft, really quick, Ryan Tablet posting this on TJ Sanders in his media interviews. He says TJ Sanders feels like the Bills liked his pre-draft tape and visit, but he also this is the important according to his weight and size. He says he feels comfortable at 305 to 300 to 305 and feels he can go up to 310. Sanders says that he can't play all over the D line. So what do you take from that, Dean? Him wanting to seem like he wants to add some weight to the Bills' defensive line.
That was Harmon's playing weight was 310. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Oh yeah.
Big
guy on the line. Big.
And all of their guys are like that. So
it's nice that he wants to add weight here.
The pick is indeed in. Let's see it. I'm going to be curious because if this is not O-line, CJ Stroud, my brother, run. Request a trade. Get out of there, man. Get out.
Makes this TJ Sanders pick is starting to grow on me now, especially that he wants to add weight. Like, like some of these guys that come out of the draft, they'll say I'm okay at 300, and that's kind of where I want to stay. TJ Sanders says, yeah, I'm fine adding anywhere from 5 to 10 pounds of added weight.
The only thing I'll say to that though is you just used a 3rd round selection last year on Dwayne Carter, who is another penetrating type defensive tackle. I just feel like it's a lot of assets to this type of player, especially when we're already paying Ed Oliver.
The rich get richer.
You've got Daquan Jones retiring next year. So one of them is taking his place, but they saw how the Eagles beat the Chiefs.
Right, but the Eagles have a Jalen Carter. I don't know if and Jordan Davis for that matter. Like, I mean, even if Sanders becomes a poor man's Jalen Carter, which I guess is possible, who is that Jordan Davis? We still need that big almost like a
Wait.
nose tackle guy in the middle, Dean.
He's coming.
So, I mean, I guess, yeah, you're right. There's still guys on the board. We have your pet cat, Broughton, and Caldwell, sorry. So, I mean, yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
yeah,
just think, looking in hindsight, sorry to cut you off real quick, though, it just feels like Carter wasn't a great selection in that case if they're already drafting another guy of this similar position.
so
Hey, yo.
platooning is part of what they do.
Correct. That is true.
This
And,
pick, guys.
Tyleek Williams has said the Bills told him they would take him in the first round if he was there at 30. So
Yeah.
Tyleek Williams is a one tech. So you know that
They're going to get a one tech. Yes.
it'll be a pick.
I mean, they need pass rush, though. My question is, they might wait on the edge position, though, now that they added Sanders, whose obvious strength is as a pass rusher, right?
He can do both. He actually has a good tackle percentage. So,
But do you think they could ever play him and Ed next to each other consistently? I know you mentioned they do platoon the position, which is true.
yeah. So of all of the guys that were the three techs that the Bills saw at least 2 games of, he got home at a better rate, except for another guy I think they're still going to take.
Okay.
In the sweet spot, and they're going to take a one tech that gets home quite often. It wouldn't surprise me if they now took Deion Walker
At 72,
at one of the at 72. That would be a good interesting pick.
it would be.
I agree.
Another Kentucky
and
guy added. to the Bills roster.
Ariante was it?
Yeah, I was going to say
Ursary.
Ursary,
Yeah.
yes, he
know
goes
what?
to Houston, which does make sense
That is
because they did
definitely-
trade away
that is a-
Tunstall.
that is a jump the Cincinnati Bengals for an O-lineman pick, easy, and that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I don't want to
Yes.
see Joe Burrow being any more protected than he already is, which he's not, and that's the point.
That was PFF's highest graded returning LT last year. One of the best run blockers.
Okay, that's a good
really?
pick.
Very, very agile. And
Wow.
yeah. So
Oh, screw you, Cincinnati. Wait until y'all see who they picked.
Yeah, I just saw it. Demetrius Knight Jr.
Man,
I know you say that because you took him
that's a
for
good one.
Buffalo at like every one of your mock drafts, Connor.
I know.
That's a good one. However, I think I had him a lot later. Let's see. Man, I don't even have him on the list. Maybe he didn't have 3 games scouted, because that's what this list is.
Well, he should have had it if they were scouting Sanders, right? Because they were teammates.
Right. Well, he should have been on here. No. They'll take a linebacker, though. They'll take a linebacker, and there's plenty of them. One from Buffalo. So
Sean Dolak, I would love that pick.
Yeah.
You know, what's interesting to me, Dean, is that I feel like maybe that would be a really kind of Bills pick, because if it would have been like Pittsburgh, how they kind of thought, you remember a few years ago when they drafted Kenny Pickett in round 1?
yeah,
I called that because Kenny Pickett went to Pitt. And I was like, there is no way that the homegrown team is going to pass up taking the homegrown option to replace Ben Roethlisberger. I'd been saying it for weeks up until when they drafted him. I was like, told y'all, they wanted and remember, I think Dan Marino also went to Pitt, but they passed on him. And they regretted that decision. So they literally at that meeting must have said, we're not doing this again. We're getting the Pitt guy in round 1. They got Kenny Pickett, and it was the worst pick they could have made.
Oh man.
Well, I called
we'll
that.
see what happens.
I kind of wonder now. I wish Buffalo would do the whole you went to Buffalo, you get to stay in Buffalo thing later on to get Sean Dolac. That'd be awesome. I want to
Yeah.
see Sean Dolac in Buffalo so bad.
So if he's not drafted, he's a shoe in for preferred free agent. I think Teddy Buchanan is better than he is, and he's another tackling machine that they could end up with one of the last picks. Remember, the kickoff rules were changed this year, so you're going to have some effect on linebackers taken late and safeties taken late that are good tacklers.
Right. Let's see.
Experience the world as an insider, from exclusive lounges to immersive dining experiences, all with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Denver, I believe, they went Barron in the first round. Their needs are running back, wide receiver, corner, tight end, D-line. So this could definitely be another defensive lineman.
Or it could be a receiver.
Could be.
All night last night, I was scared that was going to be where Derek Harmon went. The Broncos at 19, but when they took Janae Barron, I was like, thank you, Denver. So
this could definitely be like a Jalen Royals or maybe a Noel. I mean, Burden's already off the board. I mean, Trey Harris is still available out there. See where the Denver Broncos go here in just a minute.
Demetrius Knight to the Bengals, though. I don't really know how I feel about that. Like, I kind of hate it because I was really
Seattle's on the clock, actually. Right?
Yeah.
Take us into Seattle. Right? I'm looking
really
at this wrong. Give me a minute.
Wait, what?
I was just looking at the wrong thing. I was talking Denver as they were about to. I was thinking that Denver was about to pick, but it was actually,
Notice Seattle.
Yeah.
It's easy to think that. Well, actually, no. Other way around. It would be easier to assume Seattle over Denver in anything, seeing as that Super Bowl was an absolute clown show for Denver. Seattle made them look like preschoolers out there. It just proved people defense wins championships. Get rich on the defensive line and build up from there. That's exactly what the Bills need to do.
Yeah. Well, the Bills just got the 240 pick. That can be for Dolick. They'll still take Teddy Buchanan too, so they'll double up on linebackers just because of the new kickoff rule.
The rich get richer at that position. It's the exact mindset that Tampa Bay had last night when they took Emeka Egbuka, when they could have and probably should have picked defense. Instead, they decided to go the rich get richer at a position.
Carolina's now on the clock.
Carolina, one position.
Wait, you mean after Seattle? Because they're announcing Seattle's pick now.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Right.
I was just checking the NFL
I was like,
tracker.
wait a minute, what?
Oh.
Right, Seattle. Who is it? Who you got?
Carolina needs linebacker. Let's see.
He went that high.
Wow. I mean, the run on tight ends is starting. We already saw Taylor drafted in the second round. We just saw Ferguson. Now, Ferguson, I get it. He had good combine numbers and has solid tape. I just didn't think he would go quite this early as a top 50 pick.
Yeah.
And he does have the measurements to be a good tight end. And I mean, you know, if Sean McVay likes you, I think he could definitely find some usage.
Wait, you're talking about who the Seahawks? No,
Terrence Ferguson, the tight end that the Rams got, because I mentioned there's been a run on tight ends.
I know.
And now the Seahawks just came away with Elijah Arioyo.
That's what I'm asking. You told like I do, because we hate Miami. Do you think he's actually being taken a little high here? I think so. I didn't like him. I thought he was kind of.
I think his biggest concerns. I think Arroyo's biggest concerns are his health issues. Because if I'm not mistaken, he's had knee issues, but he did have one of the better Senior Bowls. So I mean, I don't think it's too early. Carolina is an interesting spot too.
Mm-hmm.
This maybe we think because if I'm not mistaken, Amos is still on the board, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm amazed he's fallen this far. But Carolina could be where it finally stops.
Trying to find the conditions of this Carolina.
This
pick.
season, Arroyo had a 81% catch rate.
81%. Wow.
81%. Marginal blocker, left knee injury, potential mismatch as a move tight end
Oh,
if he maintains his health.
if he maintains his
Right.
health, it's a very big condition. But
It's a
for the
big if.
trade, I know Paul was talking about it.
Here's the
Carolina-
trade conditions for the Carolina and Denver trade. Carolina gets 57, 74, 111, 230, and then Denver for to Denver for 51, 85, 122, 208.
That's not
There
a
goes
bad
Nick
haul.
Scorton, another edge off the board.
Yup.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Good pick. I mean, that
Yeah.
was mostly what Carolina needed right now, and they got him.
Yeah.
Wow.
So is this
All right.
maybe trade back into the second round territory, Dean, or is this are we feeling comfortable right now with the edge room?
Con, wake up.
So there's still a couple that I like, Jack Sawyer and Jordan Birch. I would consider Birch at 72 to be a pretty good place for him. And the other concern would be if you could still get if you can get one of those edges, your day two is pretty much wrapped up in a nice bow, because you can get a one tech later, probably in round 4. I'd like to see them get up a little further in round 4, maybe by
Yeah, that was my
finding-
one of my main concessions about the trade, because they did move up 15 spots
right.
in the second round with their first second rounder, and they only dropped back 10 with their pick 62 back early into the third round. But
Yeah.
they did lose a lot of ground in that fourth round, because they had pick 109, and now they won't pick again to, what was it, 128 or
But they have
132?
I think so.
They have 132 as well.
132. Yes, it was 132. Sorry, I didn't have the picks. I was trying to find the picks real quick.
So how about this? How about this for a trade? 132, 169, 170. That could get you all the way up to 105, and that's pretty early in round 4.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Wow.
do that. What else are you gonna do
Oh,
with all those
no.
picks?
This Titans
Then you
pick.
take
Oh, something happened. What? That was your reaction, Paul, to that?
to the
you
Titans
wanted-
pick.
You wanted Oladejo?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Femi
Hey, that would've been
Oladejo.
good.
Wow, Paul actually
awesome
wanted
pick.
a defensive player. I'm
That's
actually
a
very
shock.
surprised, right?
I'm
Like-
amazed too. Yeah.
Like, dude,
I'm
we
proud of
spent
you, Paul.
we
Proud of you.
spent the entire draft season trying to convince Paul that defense wins championships, that he's just been stubborn with his want of a wide receiver, which could still happen, by the way.
Well,
yeah, so we do
no,
pick 132, 169, 170, 173, 177. Yeah, so you could definitely package a couple of those picks. I mean, they could always even move picks next year, I guess, too. I mean, we know Bean likes to move around. I wouldn't be shocked either if that was, if we're not done moving around today.
I keep thinking about it because I keep seeing who's on the board. So Tampa Bay's up. Please, for the love of God, pick a defense player, Tampa Bay, please. But out of everybody left, I'm wondering who the needy wide receiver teams are, because this has got to be your territory where Omar Khan is starting to call around to be like, hey, you want Pickens? Hey, you want George Pickens? You want George Pickens? Yes, no, maybe so. Get us into the second round, please.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? I just thought that there's a very bad scenario. What if I don't want to scare anybody? What
You're
if
going to say the Bears are going to take
No.
another wide receiver?
No. What if the Chiefs call the Steelers and say, "Hey, we want Pickens. We'll give you 63," and Pickens goes to the? That would be nightmare-inducing. But you know what? If I was Omar Khan, you know what I'd absolutely say? You know what? Trent McDuffie in exchange. or Chris Jones. Well, not even really Chris Jones because they got
Trent
just took Nick
McDuffie
Foles.
is not getting traded to the Steelers. I
No, he's
know
not. He's
it's
not.
something
We-
you'd like to see, but yeah,
No.
get that
You
out
know
of your
what?
head.
That's a troll, Paul. That's a troll, man. No, but truthfully, the Steelers don't have a real need at cornerback. They got Darius Slay for a few years. Joey Porter Jr. is still coming into his own.
Wait, I have some Steelers mutuals too. Are they actually trading Pickens? Because I saw something about that just now.
They're getting calls on Pickens. If they will or won't is the question. Now, Pickens did remove the Steelers from his Instagram bio. I would say the odds are high that Pickens is going to be gone. The question is when and to whom. Because right now, out of all the teams that are left in the second round, I don't see any of them too particularly as wide receiver needy. Dean, you could probably either agree with me or disagree with me. Everybody left, but I
Yeah.
don't think anybody is truly too needy in the wide receiver range.
Yeah.
Maybe
So-
Chicago.
Joe
Chicago's-
Pasquale just
Chicago
posted
isn't
this.
going to go for a receiver. They just
Yeah,
took Burden and
I know. Yeah,
Colston
that's
Loveland,
right.
who's basically
Yeah.
a wide receiver.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be that Denver, but then again, that's AFC team. I don't really know if the Steelers would make that kind of a trade to get Pickens there. The Lions, no, not even the Lions, because they got a freaking elite talent everywhere. Not even Washington, I don't think. I hate to be that guy. It's got to be. If Kansas City wants another wide receiver like that, oh boy.
So Joe Pasquale said that the Bills can possibly get back into the third round to get another third round pick if the Bills package 132, 169, and 170. They'll have enough to get back into the later half of the third round. So
that was
could-
basically your proposal, Dean. Or no, you did.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
going for.
I went for 105. That's pie in the sky. I don't know who's going to take that.
Hey, this
but-
pick for the Bucks.
Hold on. Let me look. Well, okay. You
I
said
love it.
You said 132, 169, and 170. Yeah. We'll see. I guess anything's possible. We've seen some teams make some dumb trades in the past. So yeah, let's see who Tampa takes.
This is a really good pick for Tampa Bay. I love it.
the
So
Bills' active roster has
the fact that you
69
like it,
players
I
on there.
would say it's possibly Amos, but if it's not, it could be
I'll go ahead and tell you right now, it's not Trey Amos.
okay. Interesting. Is it a corner?
Yes,
Okay, so it's probably Morrison then.
just wait.
All right,
You'll see.
Morrison would be a
We'll
good.
see.
that would be a good pick. Were you shocked
Yeah.
that Tampa
Right
Bay?
now.
What Dean? Real quickly, were you shocked like I was that Tampa Bay took a receiver yesterday after they took McMillan last year and just resigned Godwin?
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't consistent with their needs either.
Yeah,
So,
I would say between
Bay-
McMillan, Godwin, and
there's the-
Evans, they already had enough receivers.
There's the pick.
Yeah, it is Benjamin Morrison. You can
Mhm.
go ahead and pencil that in, Dean.
Yeah,
It's a solid pick.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it for Tampa Bay. They needed to do this. I don't think they really. It's like I was saying earlier, Dean. I think they went with the rich get richer at the position philosophy, and they didn't want the chance that he may fall into the second round where a
Yeah.
team like Carolina or New Orleans could take him. So they just wanted to say, screw it, we want him. Get him here. We'll worry about defense
Yeah.
later, and they just did. This pick
I guess-
right here with this Benjamin Morrison proves it. Now, the
yeah,
Packers
and
are
I didn't even have them. I didn't even have that as a need for them. So with as
Yep.
few picks as they had, it was a real confound.
Well, looking at the teams up soon, I think we might see Trey Harris go soon as well because you
Mhm.
got the Chargers, Broncos, Raiders, and even the
Mhm.
Ravens.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe
Now,
Kansas City takes a wide receiver too, or Washington.
See, no, that's what earlier. I definitely, out of all those that have been mentioned, I think if anybody wants more of a quote unquote upgrade and they want to go for George Pickens, it's going to be, I think Kansas City being the team to do it because they'd fix his attitude immediately and he'd be an all-pro. But I think that all the other wide receiver needy ones, Denver is interesting. I would love it if they gave us 57 for Pickens. Do it, Denver. And then immediately then, man, we take a guy like, God bless, not a quarterback, but a wide receiver like Jalen Royals. Oh my God, yes.
I'm looking at the Bills' current picks right now. They have 1/3, 1/4, 3/5, 2/6, and a 7th. I'm
Yeah.
honestly, the Bills are not going to need 3 fifth-round picks. The Bills would not need 2 sixth-round picks. To me, they traded up for TJ Sanders, but it also feels like they were trying to gain ammo to trade back in if possible.
Yeah.
If any team is out there willing to trade, who are willing and wanting more picks later in this draft.
Yeah.
And this what this feels like right now for the Bills, and it's just wait and see if they pull a trigger in the next, maybe 10, 15 picks to get back into the second round, or if they're going to end up winding up having 2 third-round picks.
For the guy
and
they
1
want.
second.
Yeah.
If a guy they like, they are going to have the ammo now to do it. And I am looking forward to that. I would love to see it. Oh, the Packers did that.
The Green Bay Packers select
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina.
Okay, Anthony Belton.
That's a good pick. The Packers are doing everything they can to protect Jordan Love. You got to think Aaron Rodgers right now is sick watching the Packers do all this for Jordan Love when they did none of that for him.
He's got to compete right away. Yeah, he's going to get a chance. I would think.
But anything that makes Aaron Rodgers sick, I love it.
So this is wide receiver watch right now. If you're a Bills fan watching this, the wide receiver run is.
There's no wide receiver going to Buffalo tonight, Paul. Don't get your hopes up. It's clear what the strategy is this year. Load up on defense.
It seems to be that way. But
And most of the receivers
not
they've been
looking
meeting with and scouting are day 3 guys. So maybe it's a Horton or possibly a Ty Felton tomorrow.
Yes, Ty
but
Felton would be so nice.
You also got Dante Thornton. You got Tesla. Like, there are guys that fit what the Bills are looking for that will be there tomorrow.
You know what,
Yeah.
though? I want to give Paul just a little bit of hopium right here for a wide receiver pick.
Don't give him any hopium.
I want to for one moment because I like one particular. I keep thinking about Jalen Royals, and that's because I want it. But
Well, if
I
he
would
makes
like
it, if
the idea.
he
If he
survives,
makes it into the third
but
round,
here's
by third round,
another issue.
get him.
New England is picking early in the 3rd round, and they need a receiver too.
Jump.
Vegas has 2 more picks. Like,
jump him.
Jalen Royals may not be there now. I forgot they took GT, but another interesting
Jump him.
wild card is, could we see a running back go at 72, Dean?
At 72?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Ooh, I like the
correct
idea.
me if I'm wrong, but
Caleb Johnson is still available, as well as Dylan Sampson and Scatabo.
So
Oh, yeah, that's
Scattaboo
right.
is not on their radar. Caleb Johnson's not on their radar, but
Dylan Sampson is?
Dylan Sampson is.
Hey,
Okay.
hey! That
Hold
pick
on.
the Chargers just made is the one that I'm sure everybody's worried about, or the one that.
Oh,
one of them-
I said that's probably where he's going.
There he
Yep.
goes. There he goes.
Dang, the Chargers had the 2 receivers that I wanted the last 2 years, McConkey and Harris. All right, well,
Yep.
That's a good pick by the Chargers.
And now Paul can sweat.
Oh my.
See, I told you. That's definitely a pick for the Chargers.
And the run on receivers is probably going to start because there's only been 3 receivers taken in the 2nd so far.
All right, Omar Khan,
Denver
wake up.
could take a
All right,
receiver.
so
Vegas
here's
could
some
take
wide
a receiver.
receivers the
Baltimore
Bills,
could take a receiver.
What
What
Paul-
about Jalen? Oh, you did mention they only scouted 1 Iowa State game, so Jalen Noel is probably not on the radar.
No,
All right,
no.
let Paul cook. What was he about to say about a receiver? Let them cook.
Just looking at tweets as you were talking about at 72, some names that are on the board still that could be available at 72 according to Joe Bisquelia is Noel, Royals, Winston, Williams, wide receiver, Billy Bowman Jr.,
Ooh.
Membo, Landon Jackson, Uliamin.
Oh, I
Watts,
forgot
and
about Landon Jackson. Ooh, that would be interesting.
This would be the time now to get Landon Jackson. Not
Yes, I agree.
Stroud. Now, do it now. With Chicago on the clock, though, come on, Chicago, do it. Take Pickens off of the Steelers. Get him out of there. Give us that pick. We will take literally
The name that
Illinois.
I'm kind of looking at on off this list is Andrew Makuba, the
Ooh.
safety, because I've mocked him a few times.
Well, speaking of safeties, Xavier Watts is still on the board for now, unless
Mhm.
Chicago takes him
Yeah.
right here because they need a safety. So I guess it's just kind of a hold your
Chicago.
breath moment.
Kind of. I would rather them. Come on. Come on. Call him, Con. Call him. Call the Bears at one point or another, or call the Commanders. You can't. I mean, the Lions you can't call. You certainly can't call Baltimore. I mean, no way. I would rather just don't even think about it. They won't anyway.
Lions are on the clock.
What?
I haven't even seen the Bears pick.
No. The Lions are after the Bears. Paul keeps messing up the draft order.
So
Well, I
Bronco.
was just saying Tom Pelso just said that the Lions are on the clock.
Yeah, he probably already announced the Bears pick. We got to see that.
Easy stuff done by comparing insurance rates with Progressive's HomeQuote Explorer. You can start thinking about all those other homeowner things.
So the Lions.
There, what half these people do.
The DQ freezer is opening again for 80
72, 132. Yeah.
It's the confetti cake blizzard treat, filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
Being Cordion's official 10 master has opened a new world for me. Now I get to hang out with NFL fans all season long.
Yeah, I'm thinking about everything right now that would be possible for the Bills. I would really like another option at maybe I think it would be a little early if you traded back in to try to double dip for like anybody else, like a corner or defensive tackle. I think now you might want to address a position like safety or wide receiver even.
One thing I'll say too, through the first 2 days of the draft, I'm actually surprised, but Dallas and Miami are actually doing what they should for once, which is build through the trenches, and they've both got some decent talent. I hate to give those teams credits, but it's true.
I hate to say it, I really do. I think Miami has had one of the best drafts we've seen all the past 2 nights. They've been one of the best teams.
The Broncos trades 57 and 230 to the Lions in exchange for 60 and 130. So the Broncos are just continuing to trade down. I wonder what they're trying to.
They've taken Barron so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've only taken one player. Okay. Hold up! Don't spoil it.
Again, the Broncos are trading down.
Yes.
Oh my!
So that's their second trade down in the second round. Where do you kind of think the Broncos are thinking right now as they're continuing to trade down? I mean, is it maybe a wide receiver because, maybe they feel it's too early because the run hasn't started yet?
Maybe.
Well, I did see the picks from both Chicago and Detroit, and I will say they definitely helped the Bills. I won't say anything else.
Yeah, don't do that. How are you 2 picks ahead when I haven't even seen the Bears pick at 56?
The beauty of Twitter on draft night. I'll say that.
Not view Twitter. I didn't view Twitter all night last night, except for like a couple of times.
I accidentally did, and I did get spoiled on a few picks. I will admit.
I'm glad I did not get spoiled on many last night, and I still called a lot of them that nobody probably thought of. That made me happy.
Oh, the Lions pick is interesting.
Yeah, I haven't even seen.
Well, first we got to see the
Chicago.
Bears pick too.
Yeah, I want to see that one. I am intrigued, to say the least. Come on, Chicago. You know you want to do something. You know you want to be dumb right here. If you're not going to trade us Pickens. I'm just really glad to see that nobody in Bills circles wants George Pickens. Like, thank you guys for that. He would not be a good fit on the Bills.
And I love Lambeau Field.
Sal Capaccio just tweeted at this point, Kyle McCord might get drafted before Shedeur Sanders.
Ha ha ha.
Wouldn't
That'd
be
be so
surprised.
funny. I would love it. You know what? Will Howard as well. Will Howard and Kyle McCord were Sanders. Let's do it. I would be able to talk myself into Kyle McCord for the Steelers too. Shedeur will make me crash out at this point.
I am Seth freaking Rollins. And I'm here to
We
tell
get it.
you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL draft, the
Hello?
greatest franchise in the NFL
Only in your mind.
select Ozzy Trapillo.
Ozzy Trapillo to the Bears, Dean. You can cross him off your list.
Unbelievable.
That was a good pick for them. I mean,
It was.
Ben Johnson came in there and said, let's give Caleb
back.
Williams as much help. All right. Thank you, Dean. So we picking 16 more picks, so hopefully we get Dean before then. But yeah, I mean, I definitely I'll say this about the Bills pick real quick. As more picks come in. Look, Sanders was one of those guys I really I didn't really love the idea of taking another one tech, not because we don't need pass rush help, but giving up assets for another penetrator, which I guess is the archetype for Sean McDermott's defense. But we just took Dwayne Carter high last year. I thought we could have possibly gone edge there. And it's clear receiver really wasn't in their minds after they signed Palmer. I mean, they'll take one at one point. I mean,
They have
I don't
to.
want to rain on your parade, Paul, and even Connor, but I just don't see it being tonight. Like, it may not happen until the 5th round tomorrow. Like, I
That
think
would
they're
be-
focusing on
If the wide
defense right
receiver
now.
to be in like a Ty Felton who could be in the 4th or 5th round, I would be ecstatic for that.
Yeah, Ty Felton would be really nice. I've been wanting Ty Felton for the Bills for a while. I think that would be a solid get, and I would be ecstatic to get Ty Felton. So I wouldn't be too mad about that, but I definitely feel like this is probably the best shot to get one of those kinds of receivers. That is right.
The
now.
Lions take Tate Ratledge too. I mean, I think I'm not even gonna go on Twitter, but I
Really?
think, yeah, I think
Really?
I just spoiled their pick. I didn't see who the Raiders took, but I could see the Raiders going receiver here. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but
Me too. Wow, though.
let's see. We still got 15 more picks. So Buffalo, we would have been 5 picks away. I mean, it was nice to get that pick done early, but
Oh, absolutely. That was such a nice get.
it was
I'm
nice,
warming up.
especially since we had Dean. I mean, look, I don't hate it, but I think Collins was more of a need. I would have taken Collins, and I know
Perhaps.
Collins is one-dimensional and Sanders is more two-dimensional. It's just
Yep.
you already have Ed Oliver. Like,
How long do you
I'd
have
be
him for, though?
interested. At least 2 more years, I
At
think.
least, yeah, you got 2 years, and then you got a question mark on the guy. That's why I think that this was probably.
I think
better-
Oliver signed a 4-year extension, though, if I'm not
Did he?
mistaken. So his extension. Did his extension start last year or the year before? Because
Yeah,
he did.
That's a
I
good
think they did
question.
pick up his 5th-year option. So wouldn't last year been the 5th-year option? So let me actually pull up Ed Oliver's contract.
Oh my. I
What?
just saw the Raiders pick.
Oh, I told you not to
Oh,
look, and I could just tell
oh
from your reaction
no.
it's not good.
It's
All right, well,
I
we'll
haven't
see. We'll
I haven't even.
see.
Oh no.
All
It's
right.
who I thought
Paul,
it
I told
was.
you not to look on Twitter. I would just stay off Twitter the rest of tonight.
I guess it's okay because
Oh,
it's not a
well,
particular.
let's just
It's
see
not
what
a
happens.
particular player that I was
Okay, hold
looking
on.
at, but
So we
it's
have, well, or no. They do have a potential out in Oliver's contract where they would obtain 21 million dead cap, but he is signed through 2027. So you have 2025, 2026, and 2027. So I guess by the time Sanders' rookie deal is up, Oliver could potentially be a free agent. So, I mean, I guess Bean is kind of planning for the future a little bit. It's just, I think they need to worry more about the now. I mean, I guess we'll see how Carter works into that equation. Yeah, I'm still warming up to the pick. I'm not going to lie. Like, okay. Connor, did you see who the Raiders took as well?
Oh,
Is
not
that
yet.
that
I just saw who the
reaction?
Lions took. I
Oh,
saw who
okay.
the Lions took. I like the Lions pick. That's a good one. Protect Jared Goff at all costs. But honestly though, if the Raiders want to take a receiver right here to mess up Baltimore's plans, please do. Like Baltimore is picking at 59. I don't want to see them pick a receiver because Baltimore would be the
what did
one to do
Baltimore
it.
pick
Say,
round one? I
screw you,
forget.
Bird.
Baltimore picked 2 in round 1 again.
Malachi Starks.
Okay, yeah.
I hate that
That's
pick.
going to be evil with Kyle Hamilton.
I hate that pick so much.
Hold on. Let me hear this.
NFL fans here in Green Bay, are you having some fun tonight? You guys are absolutely amazing. And I get the privilege of representing some other amazing fans, that being Raider Nation. I was blessed to play 13 years with the Silver and Black. And the man who used to always make this pick is a Raider legend, an NFL Hall of Famer, Willie Brown. And I want to give a shout out
I just saw the Ravens pick.
in this place.
Okay, Paul, get off Twitter. You're spoiling it for yourself. Seriously. Like, all you're going to do on Twitter is get spoiled. Like, we'll see the Bills pick when it comes. We're 14 picks away.
I'm just, I'm doing myself a disservice, but
Yeah, get off Twitter. Like, as addicting as Twitter is, it's tough. I know. I'm scrolling on it a lot, but
Yeah, I really just want to see what anybody else is saying. Look at that. You know what, Raiders? Thank you.
hold on.
Thank you, Raiders. Thank you.
Okay, I'm fine with that. As Dean said, big slot. The Bills do not need another big slot, especially. You know what? I am happy though for Jack Bech, especially with the story of his brother Tiger Bech dying in that horrible terrorist attack on New Year's Day. So that's a great story. I hope he balls out. I mean, I'm a big Jack Bech fan.
Yeah, I'm a big Jack Bech fan as well. I didn't particularly think that his comp of Puka Nacua really just put eyeballs on put my eyeballs on him a lot. But I feel like for the Bills, I feel like
thank you,
way
Raiders.
this is trending. I kind of
Really
like
glad
it
they didn't let the
to
Ravens
where
beat
the
him.
Bills might pick at 72, but we're still a little bit ways away.
Did you see who the Ravens took? Was it someone you wanted?
Not necessarily.
Okay, let's say that. Let's just save it at that. Like, you didn't see who Denver took. Let's just save it at that. Jack Bech, I like it. I think it's a good pick for Vegas.
I think so too. I like it myself because it also means that the Ravens can't pick him. They can't pick a receiver here, which is beautiful. They don't need another receiver. I don't want them to see I don't want them to ever think about it in this draft. Don't do it.
All right, I'm gonna. Let's see. if
All
we
right, but
can-
let's see. What do we got? What are y'all thinking? The ones of us that haven't seen the pick for
For
Baltimore.
Baltimore, couple Ravens people I follow said maybe Landon Jackson, and I did tell you yesterday, Connor, on the stream, I wouldn't be shocked if they go edge. I mean, maybe it's
Nope.
Mike Green.
I think I think Mike Green would be an interesting choice.
It is a very Ravens-like pick to get a guy with character concerns, though.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it
Yep.
screams Ravens.
Yep. It does. The same franchise that
So-
had Ray Lewis would, of course, take the guy with character issues.
Looking at the draft board here currently for the for kind of like available guys as we're getting closer to the Bills pick here. And at the early of the second round, guys like Darius Alexander,
Go to the
Turner,
draft board. Go to the draft board.
Yeah. That's a
You
good
just
one.
have the picks right now. Might be under draft home, maybe.
Yeah, where are you viewing this from? Oh, NFL.com.
I was just pulling up the ESPN one. That's why.
Okay, yeah, ESPN.
Oh,
is the
okay.
one I've got up. It's really good. I much prefer that one.
I told him I specifically
This-
told him before the show to pull up NFL because I'm boycotting the ESPN coverage tonight after all the fucking excuse my French, but I mean I guess we're not actually on
Alright,
air.
so
But after
Jamar-
all the don't tell me, but after all the propaganda about Shador
Oh,
Sanders, like,
oh,
yeah, I'm not watching ESPN tonight. Give me NFL Network.
Yeah, I get it. They were really
Because Mel
going-
Kiper almost acted like he lost a loved one when Shador
I
Sanders
know.
was not taken in the first round.
You want to know what really gets under my skin? You know what Mel Kiper said? He said the Steelers are not going to finish with 8 wins this year, and I'm pretty sure it's because we spited him by not taking Shador at 21. Good. Suck it, Mike Green. When we win 10 games next season, suck it. All right. Ravens pick is in. Mike Green seems like the fit of a lifetime for Baltimore. Do it, Ravens. You won't. You won't pick the character issue guy, now will you? Real talk, though. Do you think that if it is Mike Green, did you guys think he'd fall this far? I actually didn't.
No, but with the character concerns that was leading into the draft, made me feel that he could fall, but I was not expecting falling to 59. I mean,
Yeah.
falling from Mike Green was probably like 2021,
Mhm.
but this was a bigger fall for
Yeah.
me. I feel like maybe look, what we get told or what we see on Twitter is different than what each individual team gets to see
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
from
You're right.
from their own inside analysis of these players when they
Mhm.
scout their character.
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
Each team gets their own different view of a player's character through interviews, through talking to other players from maybe from different teams and things like that. So we
Absolutely.
might not know until the draft is completely over on why Shador Sanders, Mike Green, and some others might be falling as far as they have out.
Well, Shador, we can kind of see why. I mean, that
Mhm.
whole thing of his with his draft party, that's probably why he's falling, and I'm thankful for it. But I wonder if this feels like the spot where
Well,
Mike Green stops, y'all.
Watch it be Shador right here. No, I'm kidding.
You know how great that would be? I would
But
love it.
can we just talk
Ruin
about the fact that like ESPN had like a less than 4% chance that Shador Sanders would be available at pick 28 or whatever it was yesterday when they were
Yeah.
showing their analytics. What about the fact that he didn't even get taken in the first 2 rounds? Like,
I love
man,
it.
he went from a consensus top 5 pick to not even taken
He went
in
from
the
top
second
3
round.
to falling maybe out of the entire second round. That's amazing. I love it. But you know what the problem with it is? I hope that Khan and Tomlin aren't going, he's still falling. He's still falling. Don't even think about it. Don't even. If you have to trade
I
that
mean,
pick
if
away,
Pittsburgh gets him in the third round, I don't think that's terrible for them.
No, but I'm still going to be
Considering
upset because it should work.
some people thought they were going to take him in the first round. So the fact that you
God we
still got Harmon, it wouldn't be bad.
Derek
now-
Harmon.
I mean, we just look at the teams coming up. Like the only team that could possibly take him here is Vegas because, or I guess Cleveland. Cleveland could take him in the third round.
Oh,
And if
Cleveland
Cleveland
definitely
takes
could.
him, I think it's a win for Cleveland because they would have gotten
Oh,
a defensive tackle,
Yeah.
a linebacker, a running back, and they got a potential franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
I think the fact that he went in the third round means teams don't really view him as a franchise quarterback, but he is another option, and they do have Flacco there and Pickett, so they do have other options. It seems like they're more than likely looking to next year, especially with all the assets they got from Jacksonville for next year. So they do have assets to move up next year because, Denver, Washington, Chicago, Kansas City, Philly, Giants, Chiefs, none of those teams are taking a quarterback, especially considering the Giants already took a quarterback.
Yep.
Then you got Kansas City again. Then we got Cleveland. Vegas, maybe. New England, no.
Oh, New England, definitely not.
Jacksonville,
Oh,
definitely not. New Orleans, definitely not. They just took a quarterback. And then Buffalo.
Well, I wouldn't
The
think
Jets,
quarterback.
maybe. The Jets, maybe.
No,
If,
the
if,
Jets,
San- if, the
potentially,
San- if
yes.
Sanders
Okay, there
does
he is.
go anywhere early third, it's going to be one of Cleveland, Vegas, and the Jets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Paul interneted right there, apparently, or he just
Yeah.
clicked exit by mistake.
No, his internet.
One of
No,
the two.
the audio. I was getting bad audio.
Okay,
the
so
internet-
he
so
had some
It
internet.
was my end.
Yes, the internet was interneting again. which is
Okay,
all right.
here's Baltimore. You already saw this pick, Paul, right?
I did.
All right. Well,
Because
don't
he
say
can't
it.
say off Twitter. Did he see Denver or no?
I did not.
Okay, good.
Okay,
All right.
that's kind of
I chose
good.
Twitter because I thought it was.
Yeah,
thought it was
leave Twitter.
having
Let's
too
all
many
leave
tabs open.
Twitter closed until the Bills pick, just because.
Yeah, hold on. So remind me. So this will be rounds 2 and 3 tonight, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought
we're,
so.
we're almost done with rounds 2.
I thought
Then
so.
tomorrow it's 4 through 7.
4 through 7. Yep, I knew.
Mhm.
What did I say? What did I say about this pick? What did I say? I told y'all the Ravens. would do it.
I said the same thing.
We
And
said it.
honestly,
We called it, man.
I kind of hate it because Baltimore is having an amazing draft. Mike Green and Malachi Starks. Wow. They've got some
They realized that for the first time in their franchise's history, their defense was the thing that failed them in the
Wow.
playoffs. So they went and they're fixing it.
yeah,
Wow.
they're trying to go back to that classic
Like, this is
Ravens
the-
defense.
Yeah, that's the Ravens that I remember as a kid when I was literally,
Yeah.
very young. Wow, that's wild, man. Mike Green. I just had a feeling it was going to be Mike Green right there because I just didn't know who else they'd want. I mean, and they're not looking to the future with that one because the Steelers weren't going to take a guy like Mike Green, and they're picking at 83 still. I don't know if we're thinking about a jump here or not, but time will tell on that one. But I'm very interested to see what else is about to happen here. So Denver's on the clock. Are they going to make this pick, or is this going to be where we finally get rid of the cancer cell? Oh, wait, they're picking. Dadgummit.
You saw who they took or no?
No, I just saw that they picked, and I hate that they picked. This is where I would have really liked to have seen George Pickens get kicked out of the Steelers organization. Get sent to Denver. Go be a cancer cell over there, buddy.
So, but my question is, they don't have a quarterback now. Like, isn't it a good idea just to get rid of Pickens just to have a worse receiver room than last year, basically? 'Cause
Well,
last year they still needed another receiver. They finally added another one.
they fixed it with DK
They didn't
Metcalf.
fix it though. He's another head case.
No,
Like,
no. I agree.
He's
I
just
agree.
making more money than him, and he's
No.
older.
I agree.
But they
I agree.
still don't have a quarterback. And if
Oh,
they
no.
get rid of one receiver, they need another. So that doesn't make any kind of sense to me, other than you are kind of resetting the money because you
Hello.
add a guy on a rookie deal with 4 more years versus Pickens is coming into his 4th year, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
So he will
yes.
need a contract.
Yes. And by the way, check that Denver pick. That's interesting.
Oh, wow. That is
RJ Harvey.
interesting.
But no,
Okay.
don't forget that the Steelers
That is a
drafted,
very Sean Payton pick, though.
it is.
A 5'8"
is.
running back who
Yep.
runs low to the ground with home run speed. Does that
Mhm.
remind you of a former Saints running back?
Kind of, sort of, now that you've mentioned it. Maybe they are
Yes.
trying to go their own Alvin Kamara route. But no.
W-
Remember,
Alvin Kamara.
or-
Hello? Darren Sproles?
oh, right. Whenever I think of Saints running backs, Alvin Kamara just immediately pops into my
How
head.
does
But I see where you're
Kamara-
going with it.
How does Kamara pop in your head when Darren Sproles was the literal Kamara before Kamara?
Literally, because Alvin Kamara is probably one of the big reasons that my 2018 season was the worst one I've ever seen in my life.
Oh,
We should have won that game. We should have won that game. Thanks, Juju. That's why I can't stand the guy.
Washington.
Drop
Okay,
that
we are
pass.
getting closer to Buffalo. 11 more picks. Now, I mean, if we do look at the receiver board, Chicago, no. Washington, maybe. Kansas City, maybe, especially considering they have 2 picks. Philly, probably not, but maybe because they declined Jahan Dotson's 5th-year option. Giants, maybe, especially since they just drafted a rookie quarterback and they might want to give him another weapon. Browns, maybe. Vegas, no, they just took a receiver. New England still needs a receiver. The Jags just took a receiver. Maybe the Saints. So, I mean, there's 3 or 4 more teams.
Oh
So
my
you're
God,
thinking-
there he goes. There he goes.
Hold on, don't spoil it. So now you
There he
did.
goes. Look at Washington's pick.
Oh,
There he goes.
Amos.
There
Okay,
he goes.
good pick for Washington. I thought you meant Jalen Royals, but
No,
if you're looking at the,
this is
I
a guy
mean,
who I've
wow,
wondered
it's
how is-
crazy that he went
did
31
he-
picks after
Yeah.
we picked.
How did
we
he
almost had
fall
the
to
chance that-
61?
We could, I mean, if we did not trade up, wow, and his comparison
Actually-
is Trey White. If we did not
Wow.
trade up today and we took someone else yesterday, we almost could have gotten Amos with our second, which is kind of shocking, but that's a great pick for the Saints. And I guess Bean did a great job kind of predicting where all the corners would go because he knew he wasn't going to get.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yep.
I guess he could have gotten Azariah Thomas at pick 62,
Yeah, I
considering
mean,
Thomas is still on the board.
mhm.
And this is where the Bills were originally supposed to pick before they
Yep.
moved back 10 spots. But yeah, I mean, he knew. Wait, is that Bob Myers in the draft room?
I don't know. Is it? I don't have it up.
Is Bob Myers part of the front office of the Commanders?
It looked like him.
Well, he built one dynasty in the NBA. Now he's building one in the NFL potentially. That would be funny.
It's like
That
how
had to
Joe
be
Gibbs.
Bob Myers.
It's like how Joe Gibbs built a dynasty in the NFL and then went and built a NASCAR dynasty. Amazing. But I am low-key shocked that Trey Amos fell this far. But I feel
Oh
like
yeah, he is an advisor. Interesting.
wow.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be right
Yep.
back.
You know what interests me? I wonder what the Bills saw in Maxwell Hairston to take him over Trey Amos when everyone and their brother in Bills Mafia thought we were going to take Trey
I
Amos.
think it's because the thing is with Amos, feels more like a man corner than a zone corner, but
Ah.
Amos can play both really, really well. Harrison, on the other hand, he's really good in corner and he's super, super fast. So
Ah.
he might not be as good as Amos in man, but his speed and his ability to catch up to
Right.
the receivers make him a more of a
Okay.
threat.
Makes sense.
Amos is an aggressive cornerback, while it feels like Harrison to them might be he's more of a difference maker. He's more of the
Right. Yeah.
ball hawking type of receiver.
And it makes
Harrison,
sense.
6 interceptions over his 3 years at Kentucky. Half of those interceptions went for pick 6. So
Lord.
he is a difference maker when it comes to passing, to pass defense. and then he can sprinkle in man defense when needed, so you don't have to take him off the field if
Mhm.
you want to play man, because he could
Yeah,
still play in that man type of scheme if you
that
wanted
makes
Harrison to
sense.
do so.
That makes sense. So I'm definitely, like I said, I'm very much on board with Maxwell Hairston when they picked him.
Mhm.
I thought that was a really nice pick. I had to, admittedly, when I was watching it, I was trying to like talk myself a little bit into him because they could have taken Amos, but it makes a lot of sense. The way that it's been said now, the way that you even said
Right.
it, with a little bit of with that context, I like
Right.
Hairston to the Bills. It just seems like such a really nice pick.
The only concern really is his size, but it seems like even with his size, he still would be able to lock down
Mhm.
many good wide receivers. I mean, there's film out on Harrison that he locked up Isaiah Bond
Ooh.
when Kentucky was playing Texas in
Ah, I
Texas.
remember that
So
actually. Yeah.
mhm.
You
so
know
there's so I mean, if you can cover, I mean, obviously Isaiah Bond isn't like guarding, a guys like, Tyreek Hill or guys within the Bills division, Garrett Wilson and players like that. But like Isaiah Bond was a top wide receiver in the Texas
Mhm.
offense. So
Yeah, he
if you're
was.
able to, as a cornerback too, if you're able to lock up the opposing team's wide receiver too,
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
that puts a lot less pressure on Christian Benford, but that also puts a lot of less pressure
Mhm.
on the defensive line. And if you can get two really lockdown corners, and
Mhm.
then you can get a guy maybe, I mean, even if the Bills decided to go away from wide receiver at 72 and they wanted to get a guy like an Andrew Makuba, I think
Mhm.
that would be perfect, because now
Yeah,
you
for sure.
really have locked down your secondary, and that
Yeah.
should ease your defensive line a little bit, and I think that
Yeah,
could
I agree.
help a
I
lot
also
in many
I
different ways.
also heard I also heard that Maxwell Hairston is faster than Jalen Waddle. So
He
now
ran
you've
a
got a guy that can lock up Jalen Waddle
4.28.
twice a year. Wait, what?
What was Waddle's 40?
Uh, would you look at that pick for the Bears? Nice.
Okay.
You know what I actually thought? That could have been a pick for the Bills if they had stayed at 62.
Yeah.
But that's a good pick for Chicago. And
Mhm.
I'm getting into the idea more and more of
Yeah.
our
Harrison
Sanders.
did run a faster 40 than Waddle.
I told you.
Waddle went 4.37. Harrison went 4.28.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's almost an
Hairston is
entire
faster than Waddle.
second faster.
So to your point earlier about locking up an opposing team's quarterback too, Hairston, watch him just lock up Waddle week in, week 2 times a year. Me, I'm just still bitter at the Dolphins for taking Kenneth Grant. I hope I hope they suffer for that one. I'm still pissed. I wanted Kenneth Grant so bad at 21, but I was afraid Denver would have done it first. I feel like actually no, Paul, did you see the one tweet from I forget which reporter it was that said Mike McDaniel got multiple calls from teams below them that said if they would that they took their guy, that if Kenneth Grant wouldn't have gone to the Dolphins, he would have probably gone lower than that. I don't know if you
This
saw
is
that tweet.
where the Chiefs went who in the first round again?
Uh, I think tackle
Yeah, they went Simmons, I think.
Josh Simmons. Yeah, they went Josh Simmons.
So this is interesting because they can go defensive line or they could pick up a wide receiver.
They also need
They definitely
cornerback help opposite Trent McDuffie.
Mhm. Oh,
Oh
no
my
way.
God. Are you
No
for real,
way.
bro? Wow. The rich get richer. Chris
No,
Jones
wow.
and Omar Norman Lott. And I'm pretty sure the Chiefs retained Trey Smith too. My God.
Wow. That is a
Painful.
very good 1-2 combo.
I am in pain. That's man. God.
All right. We are now officially the Bills pick at 72. The Bills are now 8 picks away from their next selection. It's not thin. It's not thin in any position just yet, but a lot of top guys that we've been talking about this entire draft, it's starting to look I wouldn't say a little bleak, but let's look at some of this the draft room here. Joshua Farmer, Jeremy Caldwell are two guys that we've been talking about all night with at defensive tackle. The Bills are still 10 picks, it's still 8 picks away. One of those two guys could possibly fall off the board. In between then, Landon Jackson still on the board for the Bills. Guy that's been heavily scouted by the Buffalo Bills. Several Zoom meetings and visits with Landon Jackson, but he is the top edge rusher right now, currently according
Bills
to the
pick.
NFL's board here.
Take him
So
at 72. Take him at 72, Bean. Take him at 72.
And then here are the top receivers. It looks like for
Jalen Royals.
For wide receiver, Jalen Royals. He's still surviving right here. So the Bills could potentially take him. Jalen Noel. Obviously, we talked about a little bit about the Big 12. The Bills are not really fascinated by the Big 12. So my next guess for wide receiver would be Kyle Williams. He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off the board here at wide receiver. So he's a possible wide receiver that the Bills definitely could grab.
You
So
know
it
the
looks
Bills
like
want another Kyle Williams. Kyle Williams is a legend in the Buffalo Bills in the franchise. You know they want another one.
So it
He
looks
seems
like
like a Bill.
currently right now, it could come down to Landon Jackson, Swinston, or Kyle Williams at pick 72. I'm not mad at any one of those.
Yeah, I would take any of them right now. But want to know what the greatest of the draft cycle so far is? Shedeur Sanders is not even a second round pick.
I mean,
I
there's
love it.
potential he might not even be a third round pick.
Good.
Because the only two teams I see him going to this entire draft, maybe the Saints got their quarterback. So it really comes down to Browns or Steelers.
Shut up.
I don't think the Browns are taking a quarterback this draft. I don't think so.
Yes, they are.
I think they're in for Drew Aller for next year. So with that being said, it comes down to what does Pittsburgh want to do? Are they interested in a quarterback? If not, whoever he ends up going to is going to be very interesting, because at this point
in the tank,
if he falls beyond the third round, I don't think if he does not get picked today,
God, that'd be hilarious.
I don't think any team thinks Shedeur Sanders is a true number 1 starter.
Man, that'd be too great. That'd be great. But
I don't feel like you're taking your starter in round 4.
I don't know. I'm thinking Omar Khan thinks that we are. I really think that. I think it. I really do. You know what I'm telling you?
I'm mad at this pick. I'm not going to say it, but I don't like it.
You does this mean you don't like it because it was a target that you wanted for the Bills, or an overall pick that you thought is just good and the Eagles are cheating?
I wanted him on the Bills so bad.
Uh-oh. Oh no. If this is who I think it might be. Oh no. Do not tell me it's them. Don't tell me they drafted him. Oh Lord. Oh Lordy. Put it up. I got it up on ESPN. I want to see it. If this is really. Oh my God. No way. Lord have mercy. What? Somebody
close.
stop this team. They not only won the Super Bowl, but they're winning in this draft cycle. Somebody stop this team right now. Somebody relegate them immediately. Tell them to nerf this team. Nerf them.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna say this, and I feel like this could
it.
be a controversial take.
Say it.
Everyone else seems like they're getting richer. It seems like the Bills are playing safe.
They are. They
This
really are.
feels very, very safe for the Bills.
It is.
You know, even though they traded up 19 plus spots, cool. But I don't feel with their first 2 picks, I'm like, these guys are instant difference makers.
They're not.
I'm looking at teams like the Chiefs. They got instant let's pull up the Chiefs really quick because we gotta start comparing this Bills draft in a little bit here.
So Josh Simmons was their first pick. That was a tackle.
Right.
And then
they
they
got Norman
just
Lott.
picked Omar Norman Lott. The only one of those that I think would be like a true playmaker right away isn't Norman Lott.
Right.
I actually think
And then you look
protection
at
for Patrick Mahomes is much better. I think Simmons is that kind of guy.
Yeah, the
And you
Chiefs
look
haven't had a
at-
bad draft, and then they pick again soon. Giants, I don't know if they do go Royals though, because I kind of they have a couple other receivers with that type of archetype between neighbors. I mean, they took Hyatt pretty high a couple years ago too. Then obviously Slayton, who they brought back. What are we thinking for the Giants? Maybe a running back?
Potentially. I don't know. They keep saying that or at least ESPN says Jalen Noel is the best fit for the Giants right now.
Oh no.
What are they saying? Jalen Noel? Well, that's
Yeah,
a guy
they
that's not
say-
really on the Bills' radar.
Yeah, they say Jalen Noel. Best available right now is Darius Alexander. I still can't believe the Chiefs are picking next, though. What are they going to
This
do?
makes me nervous.
This is pretty epic. Do you hear they're playing God Bless the USA?
I do not.
Oh, I did not. I don't even have the I don't even have the volume on.
God bless the USA.
America.
Yeah, America, baby.
What
As you see, I got my
a
Bills head
kilometer?
on. I got my what the fuck is a kilometer? I got my Bills head on to manifest some good vibes here. We're up.
Hey,
and
look at what
7
I
picks.
did. I put my Bills jersey on. I got to put on some good vibes. Or
That's
my-
a jersey?
No, I put my tank top on. Well, technically, it halfway is. It's got Josh Allen on it. Can't really see it.
7
but
more picks.
It's a Josh Allen tank top. I want the
I
TJ
think
Watt one.
Brandon B needs to get on the phone.
Ooh. Kyle Williams is still available as of now, unless the Giants take him or Cleveland or Vegas.
We were just talking about Kyle Williams
We were,
because
actually.
he's actually
Yeah.
he's actually kind of deep down on the NFL board here.
This is the
on the
range
NFL.
he could go in, unless the
Mhm.
Bills move up
No, just
a lot. The projection from
God
Joe
bless
Buscaglia.
God. Oh my God.
Jason Sehorn, a legendary player. God bless white corners.
Giants. What are they going to do other than waste his career?
Oh, okay. Good pick by the Giants.
At least the
Darius
Chiefs didn't get him.
Alexander.
At least the Chiefs didn't get him.
Well, they could
Small
have.
victories.
They took Omar Lott over him.
I also I texted Jenna. Jenna was like, "Oh yeah, he's unreliable as a run defender." So that actually gives me a little more
Who, Norman
confident.
Lott or Alexander?
Norman Lott.
Okay.
Yeah, or Omar Norman Lott. Makes me feel a little better. But
we needed kind of a pass rusher. But I mean,
you know,
I
I'll say
guess
one thing: the Chiefs right here. If they take Azare Thomas, I'll cry. I don't want to see my boy go to the Chiefs. I can't root for him then.
Joshua Farmer is still on the board too.
yeah.
Not him
Pick
to
is
the
in
Chiefs
for the
either.
Chiefs.
Not yet. Please don't be any of the Florida State guys. Don't be any
I'm
of my
kinda-
two boys. Don't be our guys right here, Ben. Don't be any of our guys. That would be a disaster. Because then we really can't root for them. Or at least, yeah, not really. Not unless they play in the NFC teams, which even then would be hard to root for them. So I hope it's not Azare Thomas or Joshua Farmer. Oh, look at that. Scroll down. Look at that pick. Look at that pick.
Oh,
Okay, Ashton Gelati.
Mm-hmm. All right, Cleveland, this
An
is all on
edge.
you. Take Shador. Do it. Do it. Do it. I'm counting on you, Cleveland. Do it. Do it. Take him.
I don't think it's
Manifest
going to
it.
be Shador.
Manifest it. Manifest it. Manifest it, Paul. Manifest the factory of
If
sadness.
this
Doing
isn't
factory of
Shador, I
sadness
don't think
things right
Shador
here.
go. I don't think if Shador doesn't go, that means the
I'll
Browns
be right back, gents. Hopefully in time for the Bills pick.
All right. Take it easy there, Sir Ben. But if this is, I'll tell you, Paul, to your point, if 67 is not Shador, then then it potentially would be hold on, let me double check something really quick to make sure. Nope, never mind. Okay. So yeah, next possible spot would be 83, which is the Steelers. I was gonna say 72, but that's not 72. The 71st pick, because that's the Saints, but they took Tyler Shaw or whatever his name is. However you pronounce it. If this pick is not Shador, then the next spot is 83, and I will be holding my breath. I don't want him. I don't. I'd rather start with Mason Rudolph.
I'm really nervous for this Bills pick.
Honestly, yeah.
We're getting to the
this is gonna be
point
rough.
where you see where we are. Any one of these picks could be. Let's see.
I
What are
think
these?
there's
Come on.
3 potential teams that could take a receiver ahead of us,
Mhm.
being the Browns, Patriots, and Saints.
Yeah. Now see that you said it about the Patriots. I think B needs to start getting on the phone with the Raiders right now. Try to trade up ahead of the Patriots to get a receiver if they
Well,
really
if they
want
take
one.
if they take Royals, we could still get Williams. So
True,
it
but
just depends what
it
Cleveland
depends on
does
who.
here.
Please be a quarterback. Please be Shador. Please, for the love of all that's holy, be Shador. Make my night by being idiots, Cleveland.
Shitter Sanders.
Yes. I need the Factory of Sadness to do Factory of Sadness things right here. Come on, Cleveland, do it.
The pick is in. I still haven't seen it.
Yeah, let's not look at that one. We don't want to manifest this one until it finally shows up. I'm not looking. I don't want to know until it happens if it's Shador.
All right, so Ryan Tablet just posted this. Some potential targets for the Bills in round 3. Edge, Brian Swinston, pre-draft visitor. Edge, Baron Sorrell, private workout. Edge, Landon Jackson, a lot of due diligence on him, as we already know. Wide receiver, Jalen Royals, pre-draft visit.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like
I'd be down.
it could be Landon Jackson, Royals, or Swinston as kind of the top 3 for the Bills.
Right.
If
Nice.
if
I'd be okay
all
with
3
that.
of them are there.
I'd be perfectly okay with any of those options. Even that does include Jalen Royals. I think this is the time when you got to look at wide receiver.
Yeah, I don't think the Bills.
I hate to say it,
the Bills can't
because I
leave
still think
round 3
they
without
need
a wide receiver.
I think they need to
because-
get one right here at 72. Yeah.
Mhm.
Come on. Shador. Do it, Browns. Do it. Do it. Do it.
So the schedule is
Come on, Browns.
right in the middle of
Wait a minute. Is there a commercial break going on right now on the TV?
Yeah.
Maybe that means it's Shador and they're just trying to get him ready and situated. Maybe I'm just delusional. Maybe I just really want it because I just want to see Shador absolutely tank out. Come on. I really just don't want the Steelers getting any ideas if he winds up falling out of. If he doesn't go here, then I'm going to be scared. Like, I'm going to be scared.
Only 2 picks announced. There's 3 more to come. The 6th pick of this round, Jacksonville is back on the clock for the first time. Taking Travis Hunter, thanks to the Browns trading.
Oh, no, man.
You saw it?
Damn it.
Yeah, it just came now.
Oh, I kind of like that for Cleveland.
Who is doing their drafting? Can we get them replaced with a regular Browns GM? This guy's actually
They're
doing
doing
good
some
things.
good drafting this year.
This
I don't
is
think
not
Shador Sanders is a
Cleveland-esque.
Cleveland Brown this year.
God. All right, now I'm officially scared.
So this helps the Bills.
It does.
It does. A lot.
But the Raiders are now on the clock. If Bean really wants a guy. Oh wait, never mind. Picks in. Too late. So Patriots will pick at 69. Nice. But man.
Well,
They're showing the Browns starting offense. Kenny Pickett, Quinshon Judkins, and then I think it was Jerry Jeudy, Harold Fannin, and
Good Lord.
David Njoku.
I'm telling you guys right now, it's not. I mean, let the Browns not take a quarterback in this draft. Even if they didn't, and the Steelers even didn't, I would rather have Mason Rudolph.
Warren Sharp just said they're going to be sending the National Guard to Green Bay if Sanders doesn't go in the 3rd round.
That would be hilarious. Please.
Oh my God, this Raiders pick makes me nervous.
Yeah. This is, you know what?
Agreed. There is no better team sport in the world than professional football. Notice he said team
Oh,
sport, Connor, because
Okay.
That's what it is. It's always
right.
what
And
it
I was going to
said.
say motorsports is motorsports.
Yes,
It
it
is
is.
technically a team sport, kind
yes.
of.
It
Wait,
is
what?
technically, but it's more motorsports is a better classification. Okay, well, Paul, you can breathe easy.
I think there's a trade up. I'm trying to find the tweet.
Trade?
Okay, that's actually another good pick by the Raiders.
Lions are on the clock at 70, traded with Jaguars.
Hello.
Okay.
Lions
they
are on the
co-
clock.
They could take a
Yeah.
receiver if they end up trading Williams. It'll be interesting because there were rumors about that. I like Darian Porter of the Raiders, though.
Yeah, but I was saying for Paul at least now he can breathe easy because they aren't taking a receiver. But the Patriots right here, I don't know.
Who do they take again? This is the time where I'm just
Yeah, this is
frantically just looking right now.
yeah, this is the time to start.
Henderson and Campbell. Yeah, this is wide receiver territory for them. So,
But
the
they
top
haven't
wide-
also addressed defense, and you know Mike Vrabel is
Mhm.
going to want defense as well.
Mhm.
Who's the number 1 pick on the NFL board right now
For defensive,
for any guy who's available?
Landon Jackson.
That could be a New England pick too, or Billy Bowman even. I mean, Siobhan Revel
Mhm.
as well.
Jalen Royals, first wide receiver, listed, and Isaiah Bond. If Jalen Royals doesn't go here, he probably goes in the next couple of picks. I mean, Buffalo easily. We'll see. We'll see what Jacksonville does. Well, not Jacksonville. It's not. That's now the Lions pick. We'll have to see what the Lions do. There. I don't think the Saints have taken any weapons yet this draft as well. So that could be
I forget who their first round pick was. We already know they took a quarterback.
Kevin Banks and
Banks.
Shaw.
Calvin Banks.
Mhm.
I think they go defense though. They kind of need defense.
Yeah, they do. So the Bills
Yeah.
might be in good hand if they want to ride receiver Jalen
Possibly,
Royals,
yes.
Kyle Williams.
I mean, you will probably have to take one if you want one because you have
Oh,
the
yeah.
Jets who could use a receiver. The Broncos have not taken a receiver yet. San Fran could possibly take a receiver. Dallas could
holding
take a receiver.
Mhm.
New
No,
England,
you know,
obviously, they're picking
No.
now.
oh man,
What happened?
yeah. What, Paul? You good?
I know New England's pick, and I'm furious.
Oh, I could have told
uh-oh.
you it's probably Jalen Royals.
Yep, it's got to be a receiver at this point. If Paul is furious, it's a receiver. This is what I was saying earlier. If it, oh my god,
Oh,
that is
wow.
Now I'm nervous.
no. You know
because
what?
this-
Oh,
Mm.
that is
I
a
hate what I
no.
hate the Patriots are actually having a great draft. Dang it.
That pick was literally to spite the Bills. They knew
It was.
the Bills probably wanted Kyle Williams because Kyle Williams was the legend of the Bills all them years ago. That is a spite the Bills pick. So the Dolphins did it, and now the Patriots did it. Oh my god. Unbelievable. But Jalen Royals is still on the board.
That is a very good pick by the
Don't
by
you
the
hate it?
New England Patriots. I mean,
And
Yeah.
they already took a left tackle and a franchise running back. So yeah, I kind of
been-
hate what New England is
been
doing.
cooking
They're
this
killing it too.
they are.
They're cooking. It's not a good thing. They're absolutely cooking right now. You know, it's amazing. The AFC East as a whole. Well, I wouldn't say as a whole. Let's see what the Jets do later. But the Patriots and Dolphins have been nailing the draft so far. But y'all, I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
With Jacksonville all the way from 102 and put Jacksonville 2 threes in next year's draft and other considerations. So the Jaguars are going to pick until 88th overall now.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
What's up? So I know in this place, it feels amazing.
Oh, of course he said 2-0 in this place.
I cried.
Unbelievable burn.
But the Kings of the NFC North came and saved me.
The Kings of the NFC North. I love the shots he's firing.
I do too. It's so good. It's so true too. And would you look at that? That's who they traded up for.
Oh,
Tesla.
what?
They traded up.
Oh,
for
thank
Tesla.
you.
Okay.
That's a guy the Bills liked. They probably wanted to get ahead of Buffalo. So does that mean Buffalo's looking at receiver possibly, Paul, to give you a little bit of hopium?
It has to be whatever
make
what the
way too
Saints
much
do.
I
sense.
mean, Royals is there. Royals,
Say the name.
Royals,
Okay, I'm
Royals.
superstitious.
I'm
now. Stop saying the
manifesting
name.
it. No, it's manifestation. Royals, 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 Royals. I will say it until the Bills pick.
Yep, he's there
And
now.
if it's not him, oh well.
If it's a guy
I
like
kind of like
Landon
that for
Jackson,
the Lions, though. They get a big body receiver when they already have a speedster in
mhm.
Williams, and they have a slot god in St. Brown. That's an interesting pick.
Oh man! All right, Saints, get it over with. Take Siobhan Ravel right here.
Take Shedeur Sanders just for the memes.
Please do. I know they've already taken a quarterback, but please do. I don't want to think. The only hope that I have of seeing Shedeur gone before 83 is the Jets, and it would only be because they're dumb.
So the Bills
already
are on the
paid-
clock now, according to Capaccio. So they're not trading, at least.
Thank goodness. Even though I would have
Right.
gladly
So
taken.
this pick
Well-
comes down to
You know what would
What
be
the Saints do.
hilarious?
What would be hilarious, Ben?
if Shiloh Sanders somehow gets drafted before Shedeur this draft.
That would be hilarious.
my God.
The only team I could see possibly, I'm looking at the team still yet to draft. The Jets, San Fran would be a wild card pick. Maybe Dallas too, which would also be, but they actually have a quarterback. on a contract now, whereas Purdy turned down that big contract.
Oh, you're talking about the not. Oh,
For Sanders, I'm just looking.
no, that's actually a good point about the
Indy,
Niners. That would be a very
I
wild
don't
card.
see it, but I mean,
No, they
do you
if they
really trust
I
Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones to be your
Nope.
franchise
nope.
saviors? Then
See,
you got Pittsburgh. There's
Shut up.
Pittsburgh sticking out like a
Don't say it.
sore thumb.
shut up. I'd rather start with Mason Rudolph.
Don't shoot
Shut
the
up.
messenger. I mean, the only ones who could save you from Sanders is possibly the Jets,
It's either the
Niners,
Jets.
or Jerry Jones' incompetence.
I would also put the Colts in there. I don't think they could actually get away with trusting Anthony Richardson again.
Oh my
I think
goodness.
that I think that if there's any hope, it's the Jets, the Niners, the Cowboys, then all the way down to the Colts, and that's a
Wow, the Blue
long
Jays just took
shot.
the lead over the Yankees, by the way, Paul.
Go Jays.
Oh, in this instance, yes, indeed.
Very
So,
very
Jays.
unenthusiastic right now. Go Jays, but I'm currently just trying to refresh
Man's
this.
sweating. I don't
know
blame
what
him.
the Saints took.
Man's sweating. I don't blame
he's
him.
definitely sweating this pick out.
I am too.
I'm clicking
too.
the refresh button as quick as I can.
I'm sweating it. I won't lie.
No,
This
don't
is
hit the
definitely-
refresh because you'll see who the Bills take.
Yeah, don't do that either. I don't want to know who that is. at
Maybe
all.
scroll up so we don't see who the Bills pick is before they pick.
All right.
Yeah, there we go.
All right,
Perfect.
Saints. What do you have in the tank?
Oh, I think okay. I think I just saw the Saints pick.
Do you think?
All right. So,
Yeah, I seen it. Yep, I know what it is.
my.
Oh,
It
Dean's
might
not gonna like that. I'll say that.
Mm-mm. No,
Uh-oh.
but I'm kind of relieved.
Oh, all right. Well, just don't say it yet. Let's see what happens.
God. Now I gotta stay off Twitter for the next 5 minutes.
I'm sweating.
That's like a challenge for Paul.
It is.
Ben, I know you are a little ahead of me, so just
I won't say anything.
okay. I
Yeah,
gotta mute all chats right now
Do it. Yeah, I mean,
because
this is
I kind of want an actual reaction to this, not like, oh, I know.
Yeah.
Phone is going down.
Yep.
And when the Bills pick is it, I'll make sure to mute.
Yep.
Wow. So looking at Jeremiah's big board, the best receiver available according to him is Noel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same on ESPN's board. I don't know who runs it. I think it's Daniel Jeremiah, though. I'm not quite sure.
No, ESPN would have to be Kuiper, I would think.
Mel
Jeremiah
Kiper.
does the NFL.
Ah, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh,
Probably
Dean is
Mel Kiper.
back.
Dean is
Hey.
back.
Dean, I'm sorry. You're not gonna like the Saints pick. I'll just tell you that if you haven't seen it.
Oh, Vern Broughton, yeah.
Yeah, one of your pet cats is gone.
God.
So Farmer is still out there. Jack Sawyer is still out there, and
Landon Jackson.
Great.
is still
DJ
out there.
Sanders' running mate Kennard is still out there. I think it's going to be Edge.
Landon Jackson is
Bring
still
my
out
bo-
there
my
too.
Landon Jackson is
Jackson.
out there, and all of those are 30 visits.
What about
I tell you what-
Xavier Watts?
Though, Dean, Paul over there is sweating because he's hoping this is a wide receiver. What do you think
Oh my
about
God,
a
I
wide
really
receiver
hope
here?
this is.
No, they're going to stick to their top needs. And
Okay, Paul. So don't get excited.
Bring my
Tesla
boy
went a
Josh
little
Farmer to
earlier than I
Buffalo.
thought he did. No.
I thought the same thing. That seemed early, and they traded up for him. Detroit did. I'm kind of amazed. But Dean, I'm scared. I thought the Browns were going to be the ones to take Shador, but now my hopes rest on either the Jets or the long shots in the Niners, Cowboys, or Colts to take him.
All right, the Bills pick is officially in.
Let's go.
well, that's good.
Let's go.
There are a lot of clapping inside the Bills war room. A few people are standing up
Oh,
in
that's
that
good.
war room. We'll see. This is
Like it.
either edge or wide receiver. So this could be one of two things for the Bills. My preference is wide receiver here. I know
will
the
be
Bills
happy
are.
with anything. Any good
All
pick
right, here
right
we
here will
go.
make me smile.
Yep.
All right.
The selection is
Do it, Bean. Hey, yo, look at that.
Landon
Nice.
Jackson.
Nice. That was a
Nice.
good pick up. That was a good time to pick him. Let's go.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Exactly.
There we go, Dean.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's a
like it,
good one.
especially at the spot where they got him. Paul doesn't
Let's
seem
go,
as
dude.
enthusiastic, but I like that pick.
I had him 50 on my board, so
There we go. Good value.
excellent. Sorry.
Okay. I like it. An edge.
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, I
This is a
don't mind building up this defensive line. I think it
It's
was the
literally
biggest
why-
That's what we
Bills
needed.
entry. Right. Just man.
You saw what the Eagles did to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. The Bills need to replicate that to the T. Build
I
defensive
don't
line.
mind the pick. I don't. I just thought, Jalen Royals was right there. One more weapon would have been nice.
Well, the good news is you still have Ty Felton, you still have Torrey Horton, you still have Dante Thornton. Like there's still guys.
I mean, Ty Felton would be an amazing pick. Not gonna
Yes. Absolutely. All right, Jets. If you guys can be stupid here and take Sanders, I would love that. Do it. No. No.
Oh, don't say it. Oh man, Connor is. Oh man.
Ben, we can't root for him now. It's the same
I know.
situation with Jordan Travis. We can't root for him. Damn it.
Man, that's gonna be a fun matchup though when the Bills play the
Keon
Jets, because
Coleman
you'll have
against Azrael
FSU
Thomas.
on FSU, Coleman versus Thomas. I mean
Nice.
that's a good pick for the Jets to match him with Gardner.
He was 45 on my board.
Yeah, good value for the Jets at pick 73.
Hmm.
I am now upset. That one kills me. I want to be able to root for my FSU guys when they get out of college. I can't do that.
Well,
if they
Josh
go to the
Farmer is
Jets.
still on the board.
Yeah.
Bills, please. Bills. Steelers don't need him. They already took Derek Harmon. So, Bills, do it.
Hop back in.
You know what I think would be interesting right now? Y'all want to hop back in if you want 83? Maybe the Bills don't have a third rounder anymore, right? After that
No,
trade.
this is it.
That would be it until 132. So I'll be taking a
Yeah, they
nap.
have to trade back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want 83? I don't want to think about Shador. If you want 83, we'll just build some picks.
All right, this is
I'd
an
kill for
interesting
it.
note. Bills 3 picks, 3 defensive players, cornerback, defensive tackle, edge, all SEC players. Does that
the obsession here?
so Dean, does that kind of correlate to what you've been scouting this entire year, that the SEC has been the Bills' favorite?
Yes. Yeah.
For a reason, the SEC is basically the minor league of the NFL, if there was one, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's right. Well, it used to be that the Big Ten was a distant third to the ACC when Whaley was here. To early Bean was still the ACC, and then he switched to the SEC, and now the ACC has fallen out of favor, and Big 12 is almost non-existent.
Why FSU is trying to get out of the ACC Part 1000 because it
Yeah.
doesn't exist as it used to anymore.
Yeah. It's a little different now.
I mean,
I like to call it now, instead of the Atlantic Coast Conference, I call it the All Coast Conference, because Cal and Stanford are in there, and they are in fact not on the Atlantic Coast. Just for a
That's
geography
wonderful.
lesson.
Atlantic Ass Conference.
So let's see. Broncos. Let's
Where does Ty Felton rank on your board here? Is he right around the Bills' fourth round pick, or is he a guy that's you're gonna have to trade back in for?
I think
here
I
in the
hit him.
second,
I
third?
think I hit him in the top 100. No, probably
Oh.
115. 115.
Really? 115. All right. I'm
Let's
wondering
see.
though, there's a contingent of there's got to be more than just Paul. That's like the Bills fans that want a wide receiver like right now. What are y'all like feeling exactly? Because I know that the Bills definitely need the help. I mean, Josh Palmer is not going to solve the offensive issues overnight. Like, you got to build
Right.
up. But I'm just wondering how much they think that Josh Palmer is going to fill enough that they're not worried until like the 4th or 5th round to get a guy like Ty Felton.
I don't think that there's a. I think you already have your your 1, 2, and 3 receiver.
Mhm.
So
Yep, that's
what
what
you're
I'm
looking
saying.
for is a niche receiver who
Mhm.
stretches the field on plays where you want to
Mhm.
stretch the field, and you can get a 4-3 guy in round 6. So
Yep.
I think that they're looking for a very specific kind of receiver. I think you
Yep.
mentioned Jalen Noel, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he'd be a good example.
He could go soon here, though, because he's number 2 on Daniel Jeremiah's big board right now.
Yeah.
Mhm. With the pick that Denver makes, though.
I had him at 86.
Noel? Okay, so
Yeah,
right,
only
that's
one game
we're getting to
scouted.
that. We're getting to that range.
Yeah. I mean, once it gets to about, what would you think, Dean, if the Bills did want to trade back into the 3rd round? Do you think it would be around the low 80s, even? I keep saying it, 83
Wow.
with the Steelers?
I just saw
or
the Broncos pick. Interesting.
So
I will not feel better until somebody takes Shador. Get him out of my sight. Oh, wait a minute. I hate to say this, but who's that? I have not seen this guy's name anywhere. Dean,
I actually
I
like
hate to say
Pat Bryant. Pat
Who's
Bryant, not a burner, but he had a very good Senior Bowl and
Oh.
had a very good
Okay.
season at Illinois last year.
yeah. So his I had him at 243. He is the draft's slowest slot receiver.
Oh.
I mean he's done good, but he was schemed open by Barry Lunney's passing offense, and he compared the slant routes that he ran to Gabe Davis. So
Let me say this, though, Dean. It does seem, though, that the type of players that Sean Payton has taken on offense are very Payton-esque players, because I said RJ Harvey's build kind of reminds me of a Darren Sproles type running back. And you look at some of the receivers Payton has had, think of Marcus Colston, Michael Thomas. Bryant kind of fits that profile.
Right. That's good. I mean, he can be schemed open. I just think he would have been available later.
No, I don't disagree with that either.
Yeah. So let's see.
All right, Niners.
Niners took Nick Martin. He's a good linebacker.
Sensible pick. Sensible pick. Very sensible pick. I don't hate it. All right, Dallas. Dion, get on the phone with this organization. Get on the phone with Jerry, please. Convince them by all means to take your son. Do it. Alienate Dak.
And every time you watch it,
By all means, please do it. Do it.
Every play that you see is a flash play. When I watch him do everything, whether it's rushing the pass or dropping in coverage, and DJ, when I see him often, spy versus the mobile.
I need to think about something really quickly, though. Let's see, who's still left on the board? Siobhan Ravel.
I mean, I think a lot of us knew this would be the type of draft the Bills needed. One that's not necessarily flashy,
Yeah,
but
right.
it
It's
fills
pure
a lot of needs.
It does. This is a pure substance draft for the Bills. It's a really good one. Really good one. I'm just taking a look at who's still left on the board.
Yes.
I'm looking more for 83, hopefully, if it's not Shador. I would love – there's a lot of picks here that I would like in that regard. I think Jalen Noel would be nice. Kevin Winston would be nice. Even Caleb Johnson would be nice for the Steelers at 83. Jalen Royals.
Restrepo.
Xavier Restrepo would be.
That's a Cowboys pick.
Ty Felton.
Oh my
Dante
God! There went the first guy off of the ESPN big board.
Savone Revel.
Wow, good pick by Dallas, I guess. Knee injury may have prevented him from going higher because some people had him as a first-round grade at one point.
Yep.
I thought his upside was top 40.
Wow. So this could have been one of those steal picks right there.
And it was a 30 visit by the Bills. One of two CBs who are top 5 in height, weight, and 40 time.
Oh, wow.
So he checks a lot of boxes. Seems like Dallas is actually having a decent draft.
I would definitely think so.
That combination drafted Kaiir Elam, though.
Uh-oh. Yeah, let's not bring up that name again. That's cursed. The one pick that just made a great class terrible.
Indeed, it was funny. You kind of talked about how the Patriots strategy was, with taking Henderson was kind of aimed at what the Bills did. Maybe the Bills fought fire with that Jackson pick because Jackson actually had his way with Will Campbell in their matchup.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Good point. Well,
this does help the room, though, because they don't have to over-rely on Bosa early in the season, so hopefully they could keep him healthy. Epinesa's on the last year his deal, so
check out that Panthers pick.
Even if they decide to retain Bosa, I don't think they'll keep Epinesa.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it Uman Milan or however you say his name?
Uman Milan. Yeah.
Yeah, Uman Milan. Uman Milan. You said it, Deed.
Uman Milan.
Uman Milan.
Nice.
I botched it again, but yeah, Princely goes to Carolina. Carolina hasn't had a bad draft either.
They have not. It's been nice.
They took Tyler McMillan first, and who did they take second round? I forget. I think they took a corner.
I think so, actually. I don't
show you in a sec here.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember their second rounder either.
All right, so Panthers, Scorton, McMillan.
Oh, Scorton. Okay, Scorton. That's right. Okay,
right.
So they're added to their defensive line too. Not a bad job by Dan Morgan.
So they took two edges.
Yep.
Both 4.65 40s, and then took a big receiver that runs 4.36. So they're doing a real good job.
Let me bring up an interesting comment from Brandon Beane's press conference. He did mention he believes Dwayne Carter can play one tech. So that will be an interesting thing to monitor, I guess, going forward.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
To see, yeah. And they want to be able to be interchangeable anyway. So
right, no,
if a 3 tech can move over to 1 tech, or a 1 tech can move over to 3 tech, that's great. see. Cardinals.
All right, I'll be.
Cardinals already have Will Johnson and Walter Nolan, both in my round one. Johnson was known as this year's Patrick Surtain.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lord have mercy, though. This is I'm definitely getting nervous. When it gets to the Colts at 80, if that's not it, if that's not him, if that's not Shador, then I'm really scared. I hope Khan is not getting any cute ideas. He better not be.
I'm sure it is very humbling for Shador to do this, and it's probably angering Dion no end.
It has to. That's why I was hoping he'd get on the phone with Jerry and have Dallas do it, but it didn't happen. This is killing me too, because if Pittsburgh gets really lucky with it and they don't take him, there's not many opportunities left after him either. You got maybe the Rams at 90, the Browns again at 94, and the potentially Raiders at 98 or 99. Nobody else there would take a quarterback. If he does not go at 83, I don't think Shador is going to be taken in the third round either.
Cardinals. Cardinals, let's see.
Hey, Paul, are you're not monitoring the other group chat, are you? To see what everybody's doing in there about the draft right now?
I'm looking at it right now. I had it on mute.
Are they I wonder if they're talking about, because I've just been blowing up Jenna's phone about being completely ready to crash out if the Steelers take Sanders at 83. I will not be feeling it now, Mr. Krabs, if they do that.
Interesting statement. Brandon Beane says they're done for the night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And that pick for the Cardinals seems fitting.
Okay. Birch out of Oregon missed 4 games this season due to 2 injuries. I think now you're talking about some of those guys. A Feldman's freak list that is considered a tad slow.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. All right, Houston. What do you got? So Bean is done for the night. No more trying to jump into the third round. I wonder if he's just trying to fake some people out.
Well, that could be.
I mean, I'm still hey, Bean, if you could hear me, take 83 from Khan before he gets any dumb ideas. To be completely honest, though, and this is only me trying to not to delude myself into thinking they won't do it. They already passed on him once, and I think if they wanted him as badly as everybody said, they would have traded up to do it. The fact that they're just sitting there and doing nothing at 83 makes me happy.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there goes one of Paul's favorites.
What?
Yep.
The Texans pick.
Okay. Jalen Royals is still on the board, and the Bills said we're done. Okay. I'm very, very torn.
I still really like the Landon Jackson pick though, but oh lordy, come on, Indy, give up on Anthony Richardson. You know you want to. You know that comment he made about being too tired to go in for a few snaps just killed you. I still can't believe he said that. That's just wild. Like, why would you say that? Why would you actually say that? You're literally here to play football. And you don't want to play football because you're quote unquote tired. Come on, Indy. Get rid of him. Take Shedeur and get rid of him. Yeah, I'm still thinking though, Dean, that you're I might have been right earlier. Son of a It's not Shedeur.
Wally to the Colts.
That I'm now intrigued. Where'd you have him, Dean? Oh, 242 or
242.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
So do you think at this point the options for a trade down or not trade down, double dip for the Bills at cornerback would be a good idea? Yes, no, maybe so.
Oh, yes. I think there's a couple of nickels that they scouted heavily, and there was also there are also some that are really, really good in zone. If they, I think they're going to play
Jeff,
more and more
Stop it.
man. So I
Oh,
think
Oh,
it's
hey,
very
Jenna.
possible that they don't.
Oh, I'm on. Oh, I didn't realize I was in.
yeah,
Hi.
I just threw you
Hi.
on there because I saw you.
I'm currently in group chat trying not to rage.
Paul is at on the verge of a crash out because apparently Dean has said that they're done for the night.
Unfortunately,
What ammo do we have to trade up?
You want 83, so
Five,
Todd
we have
doesn't get you
three.
stupid
We have
ideas?
three. We have 3 5th-round picks, 2
We'll take 'em all.
6th, a 7th, and a 4th.
You know what? We'll take them all.
Okay.
I don't want 80.
I
I don't
know
want to
that
pick an
sounds like a
83
lot
anymore.
of picks, but the value there, it's probably not going to get you up very far.
It's not, but if you want 83,
Well,
I
toward
would
the end of the
gladly give it
third
to
round,
you.
you can probably get it if Royals is still there. To be honest.
we
Yeah.
could get to 105. You could get to 105, which is fairly early in the fourth round, and get somebody that you really, really want.
Yeah,
Let's say a wide receiver or a safety.
like Ty Felton.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a
I
good point. What
I wouldn't
safeties
be
are-
mad
what
at
safeties
Ty
are left?
Felton.
Ty
So-
Felton would be nice. What safeties
about,
are left though?
Torrey
on
Horton?
Barbosa?
How
Oh,
about
yeah, that's
Torrey
another good
Horton?
one. That's a good one.
Dante Thornton? I don't know
Yes.
how late.
Love
Yeah.
Dante Thornton.
There's
That's
a
a
lot of
great
good
pick.
options, I think.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I missed it, but wow, well, interesting pick by Houston to double dip out of the Iowa State receivers.
Mm-hmm.
They took Jalen Nolan and Jaden Higgins.
Yup.
This cat, this
They
freaking
love
cat.
Houston.
Josh.
Houston must have some serious connections to Iowa State because if you remember, they took Xavier Hutchinson from Iowa State a couple years ago too.
Oh, yeah.
So
They
now
must
they
love
have
those
3
dudes.
Iowa State receivers on.
Right, Nick Casario.
that
Who do you know?
roster.
Who do you know in that? Who do you know there?
Is he an Iowa State grad? Possibly. I don't know.
I have no idea. I'm just guessing. But before, I know the Titans have their pick ready on the board, but just so y'all know, because after the Titans will be the Steelers, my ideal pick
Good for you.
for them, if it's not Shedeur, I'll be so happy. Not Shedeur. My ideal pick is Caleb Johnson. That would be who I want to see.
Because you
Caleb
guys lost
Johnson-
Najee Harris.
I'm not even that upset about that. He was kind of mid. I thought Jalen Warren was doing a better job.
Yeah,
I
of
think
course.
Caleb Johnson would be a good pick. I hate to say it, Paul, I think Jalen Royals would be a solid pick at 83 if the Steelers wanted that to go that way. I also think that Kevin Winston Jr. still being on the board would be nice for Pittsburgh as well.
Yeah, nice interview guy.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. The Steelers need more of that in the culture. They need the culture change. Their start was Derek Harmon. Now let's get Kevin Winston. But Caleb Johnson would be a pick that sends me over the moon. They need to get Mason Rudolph a run game that's not just Jalen Warren and Cordarrelle Patterson.
I haven't heard of Justin Whaley.
Wait, who?
Justin Whaley is a corner that was taken by the Jamari Caldwell is still available. Come on, we gotta keep. I know you want to trade up to get a wide receiver, but we gotta keep all those picks because we still need more depth at defensive tackle.
Absolutely. Josh Farmer is still on the board. Bring my boy.
Oh my God.
Buffalo.
Braden Winston is still on the board. Swinson, Josiah Stewart, Xavier Watts is still on the board. Jacob Parrish is still on the board. Wow.
There's a lot of big names still on the board, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good players.
But I kind of see both ends of the argument. I think that Paul has a point. I think a receiver should be the first need the Bills address, like right now.
Absolutely.
But
I mean, we still have ammo to move up as well in the 4th round.
True.
Yeah.
You could even move up a couple times in the 4th round to secure a receiver and then secure our one tech. Because I mean, we pretty much, if you look at the biggest needs on the roster, Dean, we kind of checked all those off so far. So now we kind of have some flexibility. I wouldn't even rule out a running back. Dylan Sampson is still there, right?
Yeah.
Right. I can get you up. I can get you up to 105, and there's a whole lot of people there.
Correct.
Lathan Ransom, the strong safety, Barrett Carter, the linebacker,
and Xavier Watts is still on the board, isn't he?
Yeah.
Paul Jr.
CP3 Jr.
Jamari Caldwell.
Yeah.
There's
CJ West, is he still available?
Yep.
Yes.
And that would be about what it would take is take 3 of the lower picks and move up to take somebody early 4th.
Yeah, there's some good picks available. Dorian Strong.
Yeah, and he is a 30 visit. Here's your nickel.
Was Jared Ivey taken yet?
Jared
No,
Ivey's
it's something completely different for Shador Sanders. That he could still opt out of this. He could still opt out and still go back to college if he really wanted to. If he falls,
that would be hilarious. Do it. Oh, wow, that pick. That's a nice pick.
Yeah.
Wow.
We mentioned him. Yeah.
The Titans pick that they just made.
Okay.
That was my second choice for the Steelers, but oh Lord, we're on the clock.
Oh. The funniest thing is when
here's Shador Sanders time.
Shut up.
Right.
Shut up. Don't you dare shut up.
I need it.
The funniest thing is when people who attend the draft, their reactions to the pick and they have no idea who it is.
That I saw a guy do that last night.
Why are you going to a draft
Harmon.
if you don't draft if you don't know these people?
All right, hang on one sec. I'll be right back.
I'm scared for you, man. I'm actually a little behind, so
pick is in. I'm not going to spoil it. I have no idea. Paul probably knows who it is.
I don't know. Oh, wait.
Okay.
I think I just saw it.
All right, don't spoil it for Florida man. And I think Connor's muted, or he just.
They picked way too fast. I literally went away for 2 seconds, and then immediately the pick was made.
Wait, did you see who it was yet, Connor, or no?
Everybody don't. I will find out.
All right, we'll see.
And I find out. And I will crash out if it's who I think it is.
I know who it is.
Shut up. If it's him, I will crash out. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I know who it is.
Give me Caleb Johnson. Give me Caleb Johnson. Oh my God, it's Caleb Johnson. Let's go. Let's go.
I think you looked at Twitter.
Yes.
That is definitely a Steelers pick, if I had to say it.
Yes.
Yep. Caleb.
Yes.
Love that
Thank
for you.
God. Yes.
So does Sanders
Yes.
maybe go to Cleveland now? I'm just trying to
Tried to tell y'all he's
spitball
going.
Vegas.
No.
Oh my.
No,
Vegas, maybe? I don't.
why not
If-
Cleveland?
Dude, half
I
the
feel like
AFC
Cleveland
North
would
is
have
going.
taken him already.
Well, maybe they knew he would still be there, so they could get Fannin with their first pick of the 3rd round.
I
Guys,
honestly feel like they're in for Drew Aller next year.
I can breathe.
Maybe.
I can.
But I don't
Probably
think
want
taking
Arch next year.
Sanders now stops them from taking a quarterback next year.
I can breathe.
I
Thank
just
Like,
don't think
teams
they
do it
think
all the
he's that
time.
good. I mean, if you
We'll
think
see.
about it, he was supposed to go top 5. So if he doesn't,
Yeah, but
so
his
now he
pre-draft
continues to
interviews weren't
fall.
great. Oh, Tampa's pick is in. Yeah, the only team that could possibly take Sanders here coming up is LA. Which
Oh
would
my
be
God.
probably a good fit for him in Sean McVay's offense, playing in a dome and on the West Coast the majority of your games.
I can watch the rest of this draft in peace. They didn't screw it up, and they're bolstering the offense with a solid choice. They have nailed their first 2 picks, and that's not even having a 2nd round pick. And, oh, look at that. There's a double dip.
Jacob Parrish off the board, Dean. Another guy
Oh, he's
who would
good.
have been a good fit for the Bills. Yeah.
But Draft Tech is now projecting Lathan Ransom to the Bills at 132.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Yeah, it would be. So who do they have them taking in the 5th round then?
Let me check. 5th
Thank you.
round. Here, I'll share the tab.
Perfect.
5th round. After 132, it's 169. So
Yep, and then 170, right?
Dante
Okay.
Thornton,
Okay, Paul. There's a
And
bone
Jack
for you,
Nelson.
Dante.
Jack Nelson, and off. They don't need an offensive tackle, but Riley Mills is the next pick, and it would go to Patriots.
Well, you did mention in our pre-draft show a couple of weeks ago they could be interested in offensive tackles.
Yes, I'm not sure it would be Jack Nelson because I don't know if they went to Wisconsin
Right.
much at all.
Now,
but-
don't we have another pick close to 172?
Yes, right here, Jamari Harris.
Okay,
Doubling up
the
on
double
corner.
dip at corner.
He's
And
tall with size, and then we have
Iowa,
this one. And then we have the first pick in the round 6, Mitchell
Mitchell
Evans.
Evans. I would be a big fan of that. That's one of my. If I had pet cats, he would be one of my pet cats.
Great pick.
Yeah.
In fact, they've got. I like the next 4 players there. So Evans,
Well,
McLaughlin.
Tesla was already drafted, so they might have to adjust their rankings.
Yep. They probably have not updated this.
Yeah. Oh boy, Kansas City. I don't know if you just saw who they got. Yeah, I kind of hate that.
Oh yeah, no.
What?
Noel
What?
Williams.
Parrish Bucks.
Noel Williams to the Chiefs. One of the best zone corners in the draft. Yeah, I hate that.
He's the best zone corner.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Noel to the
Oh.
Chiefs.
Well, now that I can breathe again, Dean, while we've got a moment, where was Caleb Johnson on your running back board? If you don't mind me asking.
Hang on a second. Chiefs.
Yeah, when you get that updated, because I would love to see it.
Now who?
Caleb Johnson.
Oh yeah. So running back. Here's the running board. I had him at 63. So
63.
63, and he went 83. So that's good value in my opinion.
We got a steal. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Khan
So-
is cooking.
Caleb Johnson faced 7.1 box defenders on average. That was the second most in his class. And he posted 1,725 yards, 21 touchdowns, and 6.4 yards per carry, 0 fumbles.
That second part, that last part that you said, that's such a need out of their backfield. Don't fumble the football. Don't turn the ball over. You're
that was
playing
the number
against
one
teams
reason they took him, I'm sure.
It has to be. You can't.
Number 3 in
fumble
missed
that ball.
tackles forced. So
God, I'm fired up. Khan has nailed both day 1 and day 2. Derek Harmon and now Caleb Johnson. I'm so sold.
that's a good pick.
They have not taken a quarterback that is named Shador. I am so happy right now. You know what? Now I'm hoping this. Now maybe I could start to breathe again about a trade into the back end of the 3rd round for Pittsburgh to get rid of Pickens. Maybe there they go a guy like Royals, but I don't know how long.
Now it just seems like you're dropping your offer there, Mr. Khan, because you were hoping for
offer?
a second. You wanted a second rounder.
Too late for that now.
Now you're settling for a 3rd.
It's too late for that now. We're already into the 3rd round. And the only team I think that would pull that trigger is Atlanta at 101. Maybe
Atlanta.
the Raiders at 98.
Oh no, Atlanta wouldn't take him.
Atlanta.
They got
Atlanta.
a better George Pickens now.
Yes,
London,
I mean
baby.
you're not wrong, but it is. I love Drake London. I have defended Drake London to the death, but it would still be very Atlanta of them to do. I don't know if anybody.
Maybe they send him to your hometown team, Jacksonville.
Maybe they send him to the Jaguars. That'd be kind of nice to move up. Well, if they could move up to 88, I don't know who they target at 88 if they wanted to trade George
Shador.
Pickens. Stop it.
Yes.
I mean,
I'm not gonna stop it.
I will be happy if it's a quarterback, if it's a guy named Will Howard, or at this point, Jalen Milroe. I think ask me up for Jalen Milroe.
There's Jim Harbaugh. He seems pretty pumped.
Lordy. The Chargers' big needs. At this point, though, you'd have to think tight end or defensive tackle. I wonder if this is where our boy Josh Farmer goes.
What are the Chargers' needs on your big board, Dean?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Chargers need, defensive tackle, edge, corner.
Okay.
They went off board to take Hampton because that was not a top 5 need according to NFL.com.
Yes.
Interesting.
Let's see what they've taken so far.
They've taken Hampton and Harris, right?
Yes.
Hampton and Harris. So they've taken
Hello.
the running back and wide receiver.
Okay.
Check that pick, y'all. Check that pick.
They've taken those back to.
Oh boy, there goes Caldwell.
There he goes. Yep, defensive tackle off the board.
Well, good thing the Bills got theirs at the time. Are there still any good one techs left, Dean?
Sure.
I like hearing that.
So let's go to one text here. These are the ones that have played in a 4-2-5 that have not been taken yet. Zeke Biggers, who they talked to.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's do it this way. Then I can find out who they scouted the most. DT. Oh, share. Okay. So the ones that have been scouted, Omar Norman Lott is a 3 tech. Let's see. Cam Jackson from Florida, 4 games scouted, 6'6", 328.
Deion Walker, right?
Deion Walker, Cam Jackson, and
this I'm looking at
I like Omari Thomas.
I'm looking at the ESPN big board. I just think this is a hell of a name, and not only that, he did play next to Sanders, by the way. Tonka Hemingway
for
South
as a one-tech?
Carolina. I don't know if he's a one tech, but I see him
He's a
on
three
the
tech. Yeah.
right. Yeah, I'm just looking at defensive tackle prospects. ESPN isn't listing them, but you got CJ West, right? He could
Yeah,
play
that'd
one
be a
tech.
good one. CJ West is 2 games scouted, best interview, 6'0", 316. Deion Walker is 6'6", 331.
What about Yaya Black, 6'6", 336?
What a name.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would y'all like? Would you guys like to hear a juicy rumor that I have heard just now?
What's
Yes.
Turns out Pittsburgh does like a quarterback, and his name is Will Howard. Will Howard might be their first 4th round pick.
Oh, nice.
that? Vegas does have 2 picks left in the 3rd, so I think if Sanders goes, it's going to be probably late 3rd, just the way it's looking.
It would either be so it would either be to
LA.
Did Jacksonville just make a trade?
No.
Why are they picking at 88 and 89?
Oh,
did
they
trade?
They traded with the Lions, so that may have been the pick they got from the Lions. Oh wow, the Packers took another receiver, Savion Williams, off the board.
Yeah. I saw somebody actually mock Savion Williams to the Bills at like round 2. I just went.
Well,
was like,
now the Packers have. Let me see. They got obviously Golden, Williams, Jayden Reed. I mean, I know Watson is down with the ACL, and then Wicks. Maybe Dontavian Wicks becomes available via trade.
Maybe that's an interesting idea there. I'm just so happy I can breathe for now, at least. If the rumor is accurate and the Steelers are more on board with Will Howard, my agenda is alive. The one thing that I don't like, indeed, I know you'll probably agree with me on this one. I know all of you probably will. Will Howard has received too many Josh Allen comparisons for my liking. They keep trying to say he's the next Josh Allen. And I keep trying to tell the Steelers fans, no, he's not. You will never see another Josh Allen. You want somebody that could even be a 5th of Josh Allen, because then you have a good quarterback who can win in the AFC North. You will never have a full replica of Josh Allen ever in your life. Don't think of him that way. You have to think of him as a guy who can be even 1/5 of him. 1% of Josh Allen's power is still enough to win in the AFC North. Get a guy that can truck people as a runner, but I don't think Will Howard is quite a runner. But I still feel like Will Howard is that Steelers-esque quarterback now. I think that if they don't like Shedeur, which I'm starting to think they don't, I think that Will Howard's going to be their first pick at 123, which I'll tell you what scares me, though. They pick at 123. There are quarterback needy teams ahead of them. Jets. Oh, check that Jags pick. The cornerbacks are flying.
Fun fact: he played with Javon Solomon at Troy for 3 years.
Wait,
Ransaw did.
Really? That's interesting. I really I like Javon Solomon. I don't know how you guys all feel about Javon Solomon, but I just feel like he's got a lot of potential to be a great player for the Bills.
Yeah, I think he's slippery. We need a few more hog mollies in there, but he's one of those quick guys. You know, you see what Ed Oliver does. He's quick and he's pretty strong in the middle there. He drops the knee pretty well.
That would be another really nice addition. I think Paul has officially crashed out completely with no wide receiver in this round.
I'm okay.
Okay, we're getting to the end of round 3.
Here's my thing right now. As we get closer and closer to the end of round 3, it looks like Jalen Royals is continuing to fall.
Which is good for us.
which is good. So if he falls out of the 3rd round into the 4th round, tomorrow I expect the Bills to trade up for either Royals or Felton, because both of those guys would be great. So if the Bills to say, well, we don't really like Jalen Royals, but we like to Ty Felton better, I'm not going to hate it, because the Bills need a weapon like Felton and like Jalen Royals.
Yeah.
For sure a backup mode as a big story. And an even bigger story you've created for yourself. Yeah, well, we'll get your thoughts.
I can't actually remember the last time I felt so happy about a running back as a choice.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Like, I don't know if I really like. I didn't really like Najee Harris back when he was drafted to Pittsburgh. Look at that. That's a solid pick.
Wyatt Millam.
Yeah.
Milam, however you say his name. Okay.
I like that.
Protecting Trevor Lawrence, not a bad idea.
I'm still on the board. I will tell you guys this. From what I have heard out of Duval, what they kind of think, they are nowhere close to done on Trevor Lawrence. They will do whatever they have to do to protect him because they still believe he is him. And personally, I still believe that Trevor Lawrence is him. I really think that they're doing everything they can to give him what he needs, and I'm happy for that. This is another pick that they will do that with.
There have been many of these selections that have come off the board where we thought people would go.
That's a good one. There's some upside there.
Definitely. I just wish that Bean wasn't done, man. I really think the Bills have an opportunity maybe to jump back in.
I think they did the math and figure that they can snipe from round 4. So they have enough to get up to the top of round 4. I don't know if they had a chance to get to the bottom of 3. So
yeah, for the Bills, yeah, they could do it in only picks, like just all picks. If the Steelers wanted to jump back into the bottom of 3, Pickens has to go, but I think you'd be underselling Pickens if you tried to get into anywhere that's not less than like maybe 92 at Seattle or 93 with the Saints. Even 91 with the Ravens will never happen unless we send him over there and he completely mentally crashes out and destroys the organization. That'd be nice.
My guy on the street says that Bean says we're still looking for a 1 tech.
Oh.
That's good.
Okay, that is good news.
Yeah, I was hoping it wouldn't be who we already have.
Yeah, that would. I like the idea of another one. Definitely, that'd be really huge. But I'm still wondering though, because this is 90. I wonder if this is Shedeur by any odd chance.
The average dog lives to 10. That's 10 birthdays. 10 first summer swims, and camping trips. At the Farmer's Dog, we don't think that's long.
I'm just still. That'll be a good clip for any kind of short. When that long exhale moment happened when they took Caleb Johnson, when I could finally breathe, and it wasn't Shedeur. You know what? I thought about it. There'd be one way I'd be happy with Shedeur. If the Steelers double dipped at quarterback like idiots. Take Will Howard, then take Shedeur. Then I'd be like, all right, you know what? Fine. Have them compete in camp. But that would be a waste.
I think the 1 tech that they're looking for is either Deion Walker or CJ West, and it will be the next pick.
Oh. Interesting. So do you think they're out on Joshua Farmer?
No, they might take him as a 3 tech.
Ah, okay.
I think they want to load up on those kind of people. So I don't think they're done necessarily with 3 techs. They'll at least bring another one in by preferred free agency. Either Nazir Stackhouse would be a good guess, or Tonka Hemingway for 3 tech, or Jordan
All right.
Phillips. I thought Jordan Phillips got drafted.
I thought he did too. Hang on.
Did he?
I'm not sure. Let me double check the. Hold on. Best of it.
Not in this round. Oh, I was looking at round 3.
One
I
of the
think.
most polarizing
Hold on.
players in the draft.
Which one were you? Can you say his name one more time, Dean?
Oh yeah, Jordan Phillips.
Jordan Phillips.
Yeah, he played at Maryland, 0 sacks in 2 years, but amassed
Yeah, he hasn't
26
been drafted yet.
pressures
Is
and
he?
31 run stops. Played at the Shrine Bowl. I don't think he's been picked.
I don't think so either.
I'm not seeing anybody that.
I was looking at the best. I was looking at the best available players list,
All right.
and I don't see him anywhere. But I know he's got to be somewhere because I don't think he's been drafted yet. The Rams pick is in. Take that risk on Shedeur. If there's anybody that could potentially fix him, it would be Sean McVay.
Josiah Stewart.
Oh, is it really?
Rams. Josiah.
Well, there goes the hopium there. But okay, that's kind of nice. Josiah Stewart, another edge rusher off the board. All right, Baltimore. Can y'all not make a good pick, please? Make us question what you're doing now. After 2 great picks, make a bad one.
Oh, let's see. Ravens. Let's see. What morally questionable player will they bring in?
Is there a Georgia player still on the board? There'd have to be, right?
Ravens.
Yeah, Jared Wilson's on the board. He's not anyone that they would need. I don't think they need a center.
Ravens, Georgia. The next desirable Georgia player is Jared Wilson.
Yep, and I don't think it would be him because they don't need a center.
Okay. How about, no, it wouldn't be him. Smile Mondon, linebacker.
Maybe if they wanted a Georgia player. Hello. Well, offensive tackle.
Oh, Emory.
I
Jones.
hate this. They're having too good of a draft. Can somebody stop them?
Sure. I can tell you that he's probably going to be a right tackle, and he's kind of slow. I don't see him as fast. I don't see him as a left tackle.
Seattle. There's still a lot of very interesting picks to be made. I'm thinking of this more in the Bills sense, because if you are done, then I think you've got more than enough ammo if you want to make a good move all the way up to higher in the round in the 4th round.
Sure.
But I just wonder, why not look at who's still on the board now and take a chance? I mean, I get maybe Bean said he's done. Maybe it was just a smokescreen to get everybody off his back so he can make a pick in peace. Maybe I'm just being crazy, but who knows? I just see a wide receiver sitting there, and I just keep thinking, why not? Just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it, Bean. Let's get Josh Allen his guy. Get him a dude. I mean, I have so much faith in Keon Coleman. Don't get me wrong.
Yep.
The team still needs a whole lot more. Like a lot more.
Him personally or the room?
The room. I mean, you've got no shot. We just got a quarterback off the board. And it's not Shador.
Oh my, Jalen Milroe.
Jalen Milroe is a
Milroe to Seahawks.
Thank you. Well, actually, no, don't thank you, Seahawks. You had a quarterback and you could have taken Shador. I hate you guys. That just means the Browns could get it in their head now to go Will Howard at 94. I hate this. I'm not going to lie, though. 94 for Will Howard would be such a reach. Like, he is not a late round pick. Nuh-uh. Not when every mock I've seen and everyone else I've talked to has him going in the 100s. Like, no way. Just begging Cleveland to do it in a pick. Take Shador. Let my Will Howard to Pittsburgh agenda continue to climb. But man, I just wish Bean would get on the phone with somebody. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like at the point that they're at, you've addressed two of your biggest positions of need already.
Right.
You've addressed defensive tackle. You've addressed edge with Landon Jackson, and you've addressed defensive tackle. Hold on, let me go back to them. You've addressed quarterback, defensive tackle, and edge. Your three biggest positions of need you've gotten, and they've all been really nice picks. I feel like now get the last position that you like really need, and that's wide receiver.
Right.
Like,
right. Well, it's probably better. I think you better take your one tech first.
Now, personally, I agree.
You know,
I agree myself. I'm just thinking of both sides to the argument that the Bills really need to get Josh Allen another weapon.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of what I'm seeing everywhere else. But at the same time, they're doing a smart approach, which is loading up on defense and building that they're building that line, that they're building up a D line. They're building depth into that D line, which is necessary because you've already, you've got a lot of good names on defense already, like on the defensive line, but you need more. You need more than just Groot.
Right.
And he's an edge. And
let's look at this. Here's what you have on offense. You've got Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakir, and Josh Palmer.
I feel like that's a lot of the reason why the Bills haven't gone wide receiver already is because Josh Palmer is a Bill. They got him in free agency, and they're like, you know what? I think we can wait until late to take one because we don't desperately need a guy. We can get somebody that falls to us.
And what if Curtis Samuel doesn't have turf toe?
Yeah, then he comes right back. He's a great receiver. And now he finally has a quarterback in Josh Allen.
Right.
He will be a good addition.
I think that he's the missing link, and he was there last year. It's like
I think, yeah, you're right. That might be why. That really might be why. That might be why the Bills haven't gotten a receiver yet. Maybe they believe that Curtis Samuel will get back to feeling 100%, and they have enough faith in Joshua Palmer to where they take a guy for depth, which reminds me a lot of what the Steelers did last year with Roman Wilson, because he's still at the bottom of their depth chart, and a safety is gone.
All right. Jonas Sanker. Somebody took him. That's good. Sanker to Saints. Saints. Yeah, that's good. Saints have had a pretty good draft. You put theirs up there with Saints. So they got Broughton, Kelvin Banks, Tyler Shuck, and now Jonas Sanker. That's a good draft.
That's a nice draft. So, Paul, I hope that what you were saying earlier about the Browns maybe thinking into next year's quarterback class is right, because they're on the clock. And if people are really that far gone on Shedeur, then this could easily be Will Howard. And if it is Will Howard, I will throw another. I will go back to crashing out. I hope you're right. I really hope you're right, Paul. I hope that they're just planning on maybe another. They're planning on another quarterback next year, because I think
they're probably going to get. If this is not quarterback here, they're not taking one at all this year.
Now I hope you're right.
Now
I really do hope you're right. Yeah. Now, you know what I actually heard, Dean? I don't know if you were here when I said
honestly,
it, but
who would you rather have? Would you rather have Drew Aller or Shedeur Sanders?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping the Steelers won't have to worry about this next year, but it would be Drew Aller 100%.
Well, there you go.
If I was Cleveland,
but this is not Shedeur Sanders. This is Drew Aller next year.
Unless they decide to copy Pittsburgh's master plan and try to either tank or just trade all their assets for Arch Manning. Because the Steelers, they're getting a bunch of compensatory picks next year. I don't think it'd be off for them to just throw all of them, their second and their first rounder, at whoever has the number one pick and just say, hey, take it. And take Arch Manning themselves. Because they don't tank. Mike Tomlin does not tank. That brother wants 9-8 at all costs. Browns, if you guys could just take Shedeur, that would be hilarious.
What? I just saw somebody say Dylan Gabriel.
Wait, say what? No. Lord have mercy. Don't. Bleh. I mean, I wouldn't really be that
Oh,
upset.
wow. What?
Oh, boy. It's a
Do
quarterback.
you guys want to know the pick?
No. No. I'm ready to burst out laughing, or I'm ready to rage. If it's a quarterback, at least. Do it, Cleveland. Be the factory of sadness once again. Cleveland. The pick is absolutely in. You know you want to do it. You know you want to. Come on, Cleveland.
Browns have Judkins, Mason Graham, Schlesinger, and Harold Fannin. So
I really that Mason Graham pick is just a solid get to pair him with Myles Garrett. But I still can't believe they would do all of that and keep Myles Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Cleveland, do it. Do it. Oh my Lord, it's Dylan Gabriel.
That's insane. Was not expecting that.
Neither was I.
But here's the thing. I don't think Dylan Gabriel's really is a starter in this league, so they still could go after Drew Aller tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, next year.
All right. Con, if you want Will Howard, you better get on the phones. It's funny now because I'm sitting there going, quarterback, please, but not Shedeur.
Huh. Patriots pick is in. Okay.
You know what? Oh, dadgummit. My Twitter is like destroying itself right now.
I think Shedeur Sanders may go undrafted this year.
Whoa, oh my God! Could you imagine?
From a possible top overall pick to undrafted.
Someone
That's
on
crazy.
Twitter just said Baby Gronk's dad is going to surrender custody after seeing the downfall that Dion brought upon Shedeur.
It's just, honestly, you could just think it was the media overhyping Shedeur Sanders because Dion was his dad in Colorado.
It really was. I would agree to that 100%.
Because if you take Travis Hunter away from Shedeur, I don't think Shedeur turns out to be much of anything.
Also,
Like he was really good at Jackson State, but like Jackson State isn't Colorado. So
who did they even play what was their record last season? Didn't they like lose some games they really shouldn't have lost?
Yeah. Because most of their offensive line was one of the worst in college football last year.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm starting to get the idea that Shedeur is definitely overhyped. Crazily. At some point, I think that, wait, okay. I have another thought now. I think if he goes tonight, talking about Shedeur, well, I hate this pick for New England. This is a nice one.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dean?
New England's having a great draft.
No, that's a good pick for them, and you're talking about one of the guys that stepped in at center when Cedric Van Pran Granger was drafted by the Bills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really, really good.
He was the successor. He was waiting in the wings until Van Pran Granger left.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's the offensive line that ranked first in the SEC. In what? Oh, sacks allowed. Yeah, that was a good pick for them.
Wait, what? I think Shedeur Sanders just went.
What?
Oh wait, never mind.
Tell me God.
No,
Paul,
it
don't
was
do that.
something. I saw someone in the chat said Shedeur Sanders in all caps.
Paul,
I thought it was.
I was about to.
I
be
thought
so
it was.
happy.
I thought it was this one right here, but I was like, no.
God
it was Dylan
bless
Gabriel
America.
before Shedeur Sanders, all in caps. I thought it was.
Paul, you had me going.
Because it wouldn't make sense because, oh man, Xavier Watts.
Wait, repeat that, please.
Xavier Watts, Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah. I had him at 47.
Oh,
he fell
boy.
a lot.
It's always a contest to see how many players inside your top 100 you can get and how many were outside of the top 100. I'm counting now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10.
So there's actually a very interesting photo going around right now. I'm gonna share it in another chat. But
12.
all of the hosts, the ESPN hosts, when Dillon Gabriel was selected by Cleveland, they all had that look of what are they doing on their faces. Like the absolute shock that they picked Dillon Gabriel is hilarious. Because you got to believe Mel Kiper is just sitting there scared for their, just all that talk about him wanting to draft Shedeur. And he's straight up, he might even fall out of round 3 tonight. The only way he goes round 3 is if the Raiders take him, and they're not going to do it. The Raiders are his last shot, and they've got 98 and 99 overall. If he doesn't go then, he's not going until... Paul, you might be right. What if he might go undrafted?
Jalen Smith.
Oh. Is this the Texans? This isn't their only defensive pick, is it?
Texans. I'll check.
The Raiders? Oh,
No,
Texans. Oh, let's see. I could pull them
up. Let me look.
Oh, I see it. I actually see it. It is. It's their only defensive pick in this draft so far. They doubled it. They went wide receiver, offensive tackle, and then wide receiver up until now. They drafted a second guy named
Taylor.
Taylor.
This a draft I would have loved, like obviously wide receiver.
Jalen Smith, 209 on my board.
Oh my!
A nickel. Did they need a nickel?
Actually, now that you're here, Dean, I am curious to know what you think about this. Did you hear the thing about how they were potentially thinking Malachi Starks might be asked by some teams to switch and play a little bit of corner?
Oh no, I did not.
I had heard that actually, that some teams were thinking about asking him to switch corner. I think I saw somewhere that if the Bills had taken Malachi Starks at 30, they were going to tell him to do such a thing. I don't know how accurate that is, but that is what I heard.
Wow, I can follow up on that.
I don't, like I said, I don't believe much of what I hear these days, so I would want to hear that from a reliable source. But I was hearing things like that about Malachi Starks right before the Bills pick, but they didn't get him because the Ravens got to him first, which I'm much happier that they did not get Malachi Starks. I still think Hairston at 30 was the best pick they could have made. I just wonder, I understand now why most might have been off their board after what you had said. It makes a lot of sense. But it's definitely interesting to think about if you do follow up on that, Dean, because if you ask them to switch, I don't think that would have been a really good thing for Malachi. The last time I ever remember hearing a team tell a safety to go play corner, that was Minka. There's a reason he's with the Steelers now, and not the team that drafted him. All right, Raiders. What are you going to do now? You have 2 picks back to back. I don't think the Bills have that back to back selection anymore. Do they, Dean? Did they trade that one when they traded up?
They have but they still have the 169, 170, 173, 177.
Oh, okay. Okay, so they do technically still have that back to back one at 169 and then 170.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
And then 2 picks later, they pick again. So
That's a lot of real estate.
yeah, you can pretty much get filler. I think they'll look at special teams there.
I mean, I feel like that's what a lot of the 5th round is. And then when you land one of those guys like a late round pick, like I think Tyreek Hill was a 6th rounder or a very, very late pick.
Ooh.
That's when you just go, oh my God. I think, was it Khalil Shakir a much, much later pick as well?
Yeah, I think he was 6th.
That's what I'm saying. Hold out hope, Paul.
Well, here I have the answer. I have the answer to your question.
Oh, you do?
Right here. He was 5th rounder.
Ah. Hold out hope, Paul.
Round,
that's what I'm telling you.
148.
Yup. You could draft a guy in the 5th round that turns into the stud of a team like Khalil Shakir
and then same draft at 185, they took Christian Benford.
Mm-hmm.
Another
studs on top of studs in the 5th round for the Bills in that draft.
Yeah. So
that should make you feel a little better, Paul. You
plus
can always
the Bills still hold on to picks that late. So I'm confident.
I would be too. I really would be too, because you've got so many good options. I mean, you've got good options, and if they pan out at that level, good Lord, what a solid slam dunk.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you would love a guy like Ty Felton to be like another Khalil Shakir. Just another elite talent at the receiver position.
So with those picks that are at 169 and on, you could take somebody like Oronde Gadsden at tight end. You could take Fadil Diggs at edge. You could take LaQuint Allen, the best blocking and best receiving running back. And Elijah Clark, a free safety. So it's like
really good options.
Yeah.
Speak of really good options, the Raiders have taken a tackle. They have taken Caleb Rogers. That is a pick that has me intrigued because it makes you wonder what's next. You have taken a tackle, and now hold on. Let me see something else. Teams, Raiders, what have they done so far? Running back, receiver, cornerback, offensive tackle. They could complete this whole setup right now and take Shedeur. You know, it's interesting though. I don't know what kind of grade you had on Marcus Mbao, however you say his last name, but he's still on the board.
There's the M is silent.
It's
Marcus Bowe.
Marcus Bowe? Yeah, he's still on the board. I don't know how high you had him, but I had thought of him a few times.
74.
74. Wow.
I had him at 74.
That would be a good get then for the Raiders potentially.
Yes.
I like it. I think it would be really interesting to see.
If they need a right tackle, that's a
It'd be a steal of a deal.
He actually looked pretty good against Harmon.
Oh. A guy that looked good against a guy that looked good against Derek Harmon. Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Oh, well, it happens to be another tackle.
Oh yeah. Charles Grant is the wrestler. I see him having a better upside for tackle.
Oh.
And Rogers as a guard.
Interesting.
That's Raiders, huh?
Yep.
He's from William and Mary. He's a wrestler. I'm sure that Sean McDermott is sad.
Yeah, probably is. But Dean, I have one question for you. Jenna just texted me about the 4th round for the Bills. What do you think about trading up in the 4th and how many picks the Bills would give up? Do you think?
Okay, we're looking at 132, 169, 170, and that would move us to 105 in round 4. So pretty quick.
Ooh, all right. So you said what? 132, 169, 170,
Yeah. To
and then
move to round 4, 105.
gotcha. That's an interesting group of picks, but I'm wondering if you moved up to 105, what the idea is.
Deion Walker would be there. And you could have the Bluegrass Connection, the 2 youngest defensive tackles.
Oh. Okay.
Deion Walker can't even drink yet.
What? Really? He's
Oh,
that
yeah.
young?
Yeah, he's like 20.
Yeah, he's
Wow.
20 and a half.
That's something else. Okay, let's see. All right. I'm just looking through really quickly here. Actually, I'm also curious about another name, Dean. Didn't the Bills have a good bit of meetings with Billy Bowman Jr.?
Oh, that's a good question. Bowman. Not Alan Bowman. Let's see. Yes. They went to his pro day. They visited Oklahoma City 3 times. And they saw Oklahoma, Tennessee. So 1 game, but that's a lot of interest, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him run a 4.42. It says 4.53 on the thing, but I'm changing it. 4.42.
All right.
It's actually better.
It's just
And
okay.
that's a good one for you'd have free safety and kick return capability.
Oh, you think it would be worth all those picks to move up to 105 for Billy Bowman?
I am at 127, so it could be that he could get to the 132, but
all right. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting.
Yes, let's see. He has the athleticism and track speed. He was a track star in high school. Let's see.
I like that.
The Senior Bowl staff tried him at nickel and single high safety. So
interesting.
My comp for him is Cam Lewis.
Cam Lewis.
Ooh, nice.
He plays well in man and zone. Elite react instincts and anticipation, and has the swagger that Hairston has.
Oh, that might be a night. You're getting me wanting to make them. You're getting me wanting to have the Bills trade up for Billy Bowman now, Dean. You really are. So
I think Billy Bowman would be a solid player.
This pick right here for the Niners, though, Upton Stout.
Oh, Grant. Niners Upton Stout.
Mm-hmm. Denver on the clock. Denver and then Minnesota to round out round 3.
All right, man. What a great night tonight's been.
Bills.
Great night for the Bills, I must say.
Great night for the Bills. Yeah. Great night for the Steelers. We both won again.
So let's kind of recap tonight's picks. The Bills traded up for G.J. Sanders out of North Carolina, the defensive tackle with Chicago. With that trade up, they also get Landon Jackson, the edge out of Arkansas. So the Bills will have
and a 7th rounder. So that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
more ammo.
So the Bills tomorrow will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, We'll have 7 picks tomorrow, and they'll have 3 of those picks in the 5th round, 2 in the 6th round, and 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 4th. My best guess right now, if the board continues to fall the way it is, the Bills could have potential at wide receiver with Jalen Royals or Ty Felton at the top of the draft. They have that. They do have that capability of moving up into, Dean said, right around pick 105. So the earliest they could probably get in the top half of the 4th round, which honestly can get the Bills to do a lot of different things at the top of the 4th round.
Edge
And
rusher off the
maybe-
board.
Let's see.
So there is one more pick left in tonight's
Minnesota.
day 2 coverage.
Where's Joe Biden when you
And
need it?
Davion Jones is off.
Minnesota.
SAI apostrophe.
Mm-hmm. All right, one more for the night, and it is a team that desperately needs. Paul, you got one more pick to hold your breath. Minnesota could use the help at wide receiver. Behind Justin Jefferson, they could really use the help. You got one pick to hold your breath, but I think the run on cornerbacks probably still continues. Who even is the best corner left in the draft, I wonder? Let me take a look here. Quincy Riley, according to ESPN, is the best one left. So This might be the landing spot for Quincy Riley, perhaps. Or it might be for Joshua Farmer. They could use the defensive tackle help as well.
I like Denzel Burke and Jordan Hancock.
Oh.
You
know what?
Burke at 118.
There is one question, Dean, that I have for you now that I am just looking at best available at every position.
Yeah.
What are the odds? When do you see the first kicker being taken?
Oh, the first kicker, okay, so punt or kick?
Just straight up kicker, because there's 2 punters, according to ESPN, that are in the draft right now. The
Borgalis and Sauls, I think, are
Really?
the 2. James Burnip is a punter, and Ryan Fitzgerald is the one that they've talked to in addition to Ben Sauls.
Now, see, that I know Fitzgerald. That is my team's kicker. Oh no, the Vikings did it. There you go. There goes Ty Felton.
Wow. All right.
Another team where the rich get richer. Ty Felton to go with Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
and it's funny. The last
behind those 2, it was very meh.
they
could have used.
They
them
must
if they got
like
'em.
Maryland receivers, because the last Maryland receiver they took ended up pretty good, I'd say, right?
Perhaps.
Diggs.
Perhaps.
Yes.
But all right, people, we're into round 4.
All right.
Yeah.
First pick of the night
I mean, you still have Jalen Royals there, so and Torrey Horton. How was Horton's scout score for Buffalo, Dean?
Horton?
Yes.
Yeah, 9 with a 30 visit.
Okay, so he is on their board, I'd say.
Yeah, 4.36 in his 40. His downfield blocking is excellent. Yeah,
I would not hate that at pick 132.
Neither would I.
92% career catch rate.
Yeah,
nice kick
definitely
returner.
good.
That's
I would not be opposed to that at all.
That would be.
I mean, you still
good
you still have Dylan Sampson available too.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a fun fact here.
I like
Mark Lubick is the Bills' assistant wide receiver coach. Okay. He's the son of Sonny Lubick, the longtime head coach of Colorado State.
Oh wow! So we have some Colorado State connections. Ooh.
Where Horton is from, and Torrey's hometown is 46 minutes from Fireball.
Oh,
Oh,
So
and
there you
you know what? The Bills, I mentioned it when they brought in Jalen Royals. They have had decent success taking offensive players out of the Mountain West Conference, I would
Mhm.
say.
yeah.
Yes.
Actually,
Yeah.
Ben, there was one thing I was trying to tell Paul to kind of lift his spirits a little bit and motivate him. Remember that Khalil Shakir and Christian Benford were 5th-round picks, and look at what they've become for the Bills.
Yes.
Studs.
Actually,
You-
Benford with a 6th-round pick.
Oh yeah,
believe
right.
it or not.
You can get the studs in the late rounds.
Yeah. And he has too. So
I
that's
trust Bean to get that 5th-round wide receiver or even 6th-round wide receiver that turns into the next great wide receiver. I'm not going to immediately be like, let's say he's the next Julio Jones or the next Antonio Brown, but let's say he's going to be a good one because that's what the Bills need.
Exactly.
You never know what you never know what could happen with the draft at any one point. It's all a crapshoot. I mean,
It's
for
true.
all we know, the league could be making a massive mistake by not taking Shador, or they could be right. But who knows about Cam Ward? What if he comes into the league and flat out busts?
Exactly.
You just never
Well,
know.
I'm going to sign off.
Okay, all good. You gave us more than enough time
Oh,
today,
yeah.
Deed. We really
Yep.
appreciate you coming
Wonderful.
on. So great,
Appreciate it.
great insight, and we were able to get a couple guys on your board. So I mean, I say
yeah.
Dean has knocked it out of the park so far. We still have what 7 selections tomorrow?
I
Yeah,
believe
that's
so.
awesome.
Yes.
7
Yeah,
picks tomorrow.
so a lot we can still do tomorrow.
Hmm.
I think we'll get three or four good players out of that 7 picks. So
Yeah.
we'll see. So
I would love it.
good night, guys.
Good
night,
night.
Dean.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
Dean.
Take care.
Me too.
Oh man, what a night tonight, y'all. I'm thrilled with the picks the Bills made, and I'm thrilled with the picks the Steelers made. The one pick was a knockout of the park.
All right.
Oh man, Paul,
Well,
I know
thanks
you're
again.
I know you're definitely a little demoralized, but have some faith. The Bills will figure it out.
We'll figure it out tomorrow. There's still a few guys I still would like at the
Absolutely.
receiver position
Same.
who are on the board. Great to have Dean on. Great insight as always.
Oh yeah.
Thanks again for those who watched yesterday and today for our annual draft
Mhm.
coverage. And then we'll see you back here on Tuesday to conclude the draft season and
Thank
start looking
goodness.
forward to the Bills' schedule that releases on May 14th.
Hmm. Please
Until
play
then.
the Steelers in Pittsburgh.
Until then, just follow us on all of our social media platforms and go Bills.
So we are signing off. All right.
Yeah, we're signing
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. Are we going live tomorrow? Because I probably won't be able to. But if you guys
No.
want to,
I don't
yeah.
think so.
Okay.
fun,
Well,
though.
I guess we'll wrap this up Tuesday. And I mean,
Mhm.
like you said, Connor, there's still guys the Bills could get. I'll be
Absolutely.
interested to see if they take a running back. I
I'm
mean,
hoping
yeah, I
for
would love Horton or
Mhm.
Royals tomorrow,
Wide
but
receiver,
also
for sure.
I think my favorite pick of the day 3 would be if they do take that pick from that site Dean showed us in Mitchell Evans.
Yes,
I have a
yes.
huge draft crush on Mitchell Evans. I love the tight end position.
Mhm.
I feel like he's a prototypical tight end, and he has capability to really do some damage in this offense. So yes, that is it
Okay,
tonight.
I'm looking
Again,
for
go
Pittsburgh, too.
Bills.
Go Bills.
Yep, go Bills.